Good evening, everybody. XCOM Chimera Squad is coming up. I did hit the load button, but I probably didn't put it enough. There we go. It's really interesting to play old 2K games, by the way. I don't remember when, or maybe Firaxis was always a 2K. No, that can't be right. Anyways, I was playing Sid Meier's Pirates, and it's actually occurred to me a lot of the Firaxis games, I get to see the evolution of 2K logos as a result of this. But good evening, everybody. It is a belated start, so my expectations when I have a later start like this, I'll still try and go for the full duration. I am going to enjoy a sip of coffee as a result. My usual expectation for a stream like this is that there will be lower attendance, especially on Fridays. It's nice for me to be able to do those later, because especially when I was doing, when I had to physically be at work more often, being able to just kind of relax before streaming, it was a really big deal for me. But tonight I needed to get some groceries. I spent a obscene amount of money on coffee, but hopefully that will get me sorted for the next little while. I've actually gotten into the bad habit of ordering stuff in specifically so I can get a coffee, and I was getting a little the rationale I had for that was I was getting low on beans, so I why does anybody care? Anyways, that I was grocery shopping, that's why I'm late. But as is usually the case, I mean, if you're watching this on YouTube, obviously, it takes a couple of days for this to come up anyway, so God knows what time you're going to be watching this. But, preliminaries. This is XCOM Chimera Squad. I was given a key for this from Firaxis, or 2K, or whoever I'm supposed to credit for that. A key from the developer or individuals responsible for promotion. So obviously this game's been out for a little while. It's long since lost its 50% discount that it started off with. But if you do wind up making any purchase decisions off of the game as a result of this, do keep in mind that I was given a copy of this for promotional purposes, although I'm certainly continuing on for it because I very much enjoy this game. I think if I had my choice, I treat games where I get keys a little bit strangely, and there's a double-edged sword to some of this stuff. I'll maybe cover it for a little bit, and again, especially if you're...
The epidemic known as the Fade has reached City 31, concerning many of our hybrid residents. NextGen, a local medical research facility, sought to reassure the public.
We will find a way to treat this disease, but it will take time to develop a cure.
Some hybrid citizens are unimpressed with the lack of progress.
The Fade affects us. Only us. The gene therapy clinics could solve this. Open them back up.
More on this story as it develops. This is Celio Dash for Channel 37.
Alright, if you can just actually give me a quick second here, there was one thing I wanted to check on the settings. Why is VSync enabled? Actually, here's an interesting question for you guys. I don't know if anybody's going to be able to answer this, because I know, with all due respect to Twitch chat, like, I think anybody should put a really heavy discount on responses from it. But if anybody happens to know, I have a G-Sync monitor, and I don't know if the sync happens automatically or if enabling VSync automatically prioritizes G-Sync. I actually have very few problems with tearing even when I didn't have a G-Sync monitor. So I've tended to avoid it. But if it gets put on by default in a game, I usually keep it on. But if somebody happens to, like, not guess, if someone happens to know what the answer to that is, I would be interested in knowing. There are a couple of things I wanted to say about Chimera Squad, but I lost the plot. So explain why I was late. Oh, actually, one thing that surprises me a little bit about this is that I was taking a look at some of the reviews for this, and I am really... I think what this comes down to is I am... As every day goes by, I'm increasingly annoyed with the Steam review system. I'm not entirely sure there's a better way that I can propose, but there's a few things, and I kind of noticed this from the chat when I stream this game as well. So there seems to be a group of players who say, I'm not interested in this because they're reusing assets from XCOM 2. And I mean, I don't really align very well with that personally, because I really enjoyed Harebrained Scheme's Shadowrun games, and clearly they're reusing assets from those games so that they can add more features to the next one, and I kind of feel that's what Chimera Squad offers here, right? Is that it's not just XCOM 2 with some new maps, it's a new take on what this genre can give. There's another batch, which is, you know, this isn't true XCOM. Obviously, these are different people. It's not a group of people that have these two thoughts in their head, but obviously you can see that there's, you know, the collective will of the negative reviews have two very contradictory ideas in terms of why this may not be a good game. But above all, the most common negative review that I saw, at least in terms of what Steam's algorithm showed me, and this is true for a few other games, is, you know, I like this game, but I don't think it's worth, and then whatever the price point is. And I think this is a particularly thorny one to deal with, and I don't really know what... like, to my view, this is something that Steam probably wants to fix, because what I think a given buyer is trying to determine for themselves is whether or not the game is worth it for for their budget. I'm going to know my budget. The person who's reviewing the game is not going to know their budget. And if their thumbs up or thumbs down is contingent on what they think, you know, a $20, $30, $40, $50 game looks like, there's not a whole lot of information that gets conveyed to me. You know, if somebody says, you know, good game, price too high, thumbs down, I'm only ever going to see that aggregate number of, you know, ratios of thumbs up to thumbs down. Now, I suppose there's an argument that would say it's like, well, you know, it's sort of, you take all of them and the average will be sorted out. And, you know, I suppose kind of, but I don't know. There definitely seems to be a lot of amateur, like game critic, like, I feel like there's a lot of people who really want to make their career PC gamer, writing some of these things. And personally, I mean, in reality, I didn't really look at Steam reviews that much anyway, but each time I keep coming back and looking at them, I really question whether or not they're contributing a whole lot. But on a positive note, because I didn't want this to be largely negative, this is a really interesting game to contrast to Old World, because what I think has been really fun about the last couple of weeks of streaming has been you've got a couple of games that are in genres that feel very well developed. So, you know, turn-based strategy maybe wasn't quite what, you know, other than Civilization, like, it's really hard to think of turn-based, let's say turn-based tactics in particular, as being a thing that was very mainstream, right? You've got a bunch of people who really liked the old XCOM from, like, the 1990s, the X-Com game. And, you know, they have a soft spot for that, but there wasn't necessarily a whole lot that was coming. Now, again, that doesn't... I don't mean to speak in absolutes. Obviously, you've got stuff like Frozen Synapse. You've got a few interesting games coming through, but definitely XCOM, the Firaxis version, seemed to get people's attention to this style of game again. And you can sort of see, you know, you've got even Switch has got Mario vs. Rabbids. XCOM 2 is coming to Switch as well. I don't have a Switch personally, but, you know, all the good stuff seems to be showing up on Switch, so it makes it really attractive. And I think that's a really good thing. And of course, you're seeing Julian Gollop return to the genre with Phoenix Point. And what's really cool now about XCOM Chimera Squad is that it seems that XCOM has done such a good job of sort of defining what a modern turn-based tactics game looks like. It almost sort of seems like there's a big set of things that just kind of have to be there in this genre. And I think what Chimera Squad shows is how much room, and Mario vs. Rabbids to a certain extent. I actually really like playing that when somebody lent me their Switch to let me try it out. There's something really interesting in seeing people question maybe whether or not some of these things are really necessary. So, for instance, I think a lot of people will feel that for a game like XCOM, the permanent loss of soldiers that you're investing a lot into is a really core part of the experience. And yet Chimera Squad, I think, does a very good job of showing how you can make a very interesting turn-based tactics game, which is based entirely around the fact that you can't lose characters. And I think it goes interesting places with that individual focus, with things like the initiative system and whatnot. And then, of course, there's the 4X genre, where certainly with each Civilization game there have been tweaks to the formula, but again, Old World seems to have this really interesting idea of taking a very individual focus to narrow the scope down to sort of the more ancient times, maybe ending sort of around the Middle Ages, let's say. And again, it's that individual focus that really has breathed some new life into a genre where you'd sort of think that everything has been established. And so, while they don't necessarily seem like very obvious contrasts, two games I've been delighted by lately have been Old World and XCOM Chimera Squad, as sort of demonstrated by the fact that I've been streaming them this much. And they both, to a certain extent, I think are informed by the same idea, which is that individuals are quite interesting, and to build a set of mechanics around the individual, around these personalities, can lead to a really rewarding game. So with that in mind, let's talk about our individuals and what we've accomplished. So we've got our payday, 65 credits, 45 investigation, 35 Illyrium. We've got 2 promotions, Torque, and I think this is Patchwork. So promotion to rank Special Agent has unlocked Poison Spit. Torque spits out a blast of poison that explodes into a deadly pool, poisons all units in the area, and does a small amount of damage on impact. A 3-turn cooldown. Alright, nothing else to do. I really should start tinting the armor at some point, but I know I talk a lot, so I want to at least get into a mission a little more quickly. Patchwork. So, promotion to rank Deputy Agent has unlocked Combat Scanners. The gremlin scans the room, applying hollow targeting to all enemies, and increases the squad's aim by 15 against mark enemies. 1 use per mission. I wonder if that's a breach ability, or if that's something that we can do... No, that feels like something you can do in combat. Anyways, if we keep winding up with these missions where there's only 1 encounter, this is going to be a particularly strong ability. I think one of the inclinations that I've had has been to take some of my less leveled operatives out on some of these earlier missions, and then the idea is to have a nice deep team for the for the more advanced missions. Nothing else to do about payday. We just collect the money. Right. I don't really need this report because we'll see it on the mini-map anyway. For those who may not have been following, we completed Grey Phoenix last stream. We're currently on Sacred Coil. Patchwork, it turns out, was a rather good... Sorry, I need to pause for coffee again. It turns out that Patchwork was a really good choice on Sacred Coil because we keep running into androids, and she's particularly strong against them. Grandmother is training. Verge is in Spec Ops. I technically could take Cherub out and replace somebody else in assembly. But I suppose, I guess it's the armory where I want to see everybody's levels, so... Alright, so we're up to Special Agent, Special Agent, Special agent. Deputy agent. Alright, so I definitely want to bring Zephyr along. So basically, I've got Zephyr, I've got Patchwork for sure, so I can level them up. And then the question really is, do I get the benefit from Cherub, Terminal, or Torque? And I think probably I decided for myself the crowd control from Torque and the heal from Terminal was worth it. The big question mark for me really is the question mark for me really was whether or not Torque brings enough to sort of merit inclusion relative to, say, Cherub. So maybe what I'll do here, in order to split that vote, or decide, maybe split the vote's the wrong answer. I was thinking, well, let's see what we get when we get them to senior agent, but it doesn't actually tell us. Okay, before we go any further, I also want to take a quick minute here and see what kind of upgrades we can get. I was particularly looking for... oh, interesting. So what I was really looking for here was upgraded weapons, but it looks like we're maxed out on those. I do eventually want to start getting some more weapon mods for my team, but I think I would rather save my cash right now. Alright, so if I can, I would like to reduce unrest in downtown. That's the one that freaks me out a little. Oh, actually, we can do that right now. So I could contact the scavenger market. I could get some additional credits, or I could get some additional Illyrium. I am intrigued by the fact that this doesn't seem to be raising unrest in the fringe. That makes me feel okay. I do eventually want to see what's going on in the scavenger market, but I think the question here is what part of the city do I want to avoid unrest increases in? And then the second consideration might be my bonuses. So for instance, right now we get intel. Intel, of course, is something that you can use to upgrade these bases. And then we've got tech, so this will give us additional Illyrium. I think I'm a little inclined towards going for the... money is really nice to have. I'm slightly inclined to go towards the Illyrium here. Although this is probably the higher priority in terms of getting rid of unrest. Tricky. I think given that it'll be going up to an Unrest 3, I think I'm going to deal with the Riverside event, as much as I'd like to get the extra intel. Alright, truck alloy thieves. Local thieves keep robbing automated trucks transporting rare and valuable alloys. A local manufacturer offers a reward for each recovered crate, 95 credits. Sending the APC will resolve the situation and will automatically advance the day. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, I am. Alright, we tracked the stolen alloys and provided information to 31 PD, who made the bust. The manufacturer has rewarded us for our assistance. Godmother has completed the training program. Unrest in the switchyard has risen to 4. Unrest in downtown is lowered to 1. That was as a result of the action that I took, and unrest in Highland Square has risen to 1. Alright, so Godmother's currently idle.
The world you live in, you know it does not fit what we were promised. A life without pain, clean city centers, an order to the world that made sense. But now, the zoo is run by the animals. And they're content to smear the walls. Do
With
not
what?
adjust. Do not change. For now, you walk the bonded stair.
How you doing tonight, Uncle Cranky? It's always good to see you here. I probably need to be a little more careful when I say that. For those of you who don't know Uncle Cranky, this isn't the shout-out bit yet, but Uncle Cranky and I get a chance to talk off-stream every once in a while. One of the things I like about Uncle Cranky is that we don't necessarily agree with on everything. And that's true for a few other people. So for instance, Valiant Cheese, I really value the perspective of, because he will give me a perspective that I don't necessarily share, but I think is a really worthwhile one to hear. Although I think there's also a lot more similarities in both cases than there might seem to be on first glance. But one of the things that I really like about Uncle Cranky is, first of all, he's a profoundly decent man, despite the character he wants to present himself. But he's incredibly supportive of a lot of people I know, like Outworld, for instance. He's a moderator for him, and so actually, you know what? I might as well get the shout out here. XCOM, the Chimera Squad. I'm glad we've been able to change up the portrayals of what certain games are, Cranky. But yeah, I mean, I've always been fond of shouting out people, not necessarily just because of the games that they play, but because of the personality behind them. And you know, I think one of the things that I would say about Uncle Cranky is that you never necessarily know about where someone is at a given time in their lives, right? There's always going to be a bunch of stuff that's going on in the background that may not necessarily be apparent. But it is particularly interesting to know, you know, if somebody is under... So I think one thing you can say about people is if they are under a lot of stress, or if there is bad stuff going on for them, it is completely understandable, and I think we give a certain degree of leeway to people who might lash out in moments like that. Because, again, we recognize that the pressure can really become overwhelming. But a thing that I find very remarkable about some people is the fact that they do not stop being supportive. They're still able to talk. They're still able to, you know, give a kind word or a thoughtful comment to people. And this is, I think, one of the traits that I can say about Uncle Cranky is that it doesn't really matter what's been going on. You know, he's always pleasant to have in chat. He's always pleasant to see in other people's chats. And I think that is a major feature that makes him a very worthwhile streamer to watch. Because obviously that's a rare quality, and it's very easy. You know, everybody on Twitch is going to be playing a certain character, right? And but you really do get, you know, when you have those rare opportunities to see how someone behaves, maybe when the cameras are off, or just how they sort of conduct themselves in general. It's a rare moment, so I think he's definitely somebody worth watching for that. I most recently saw him playing Mega Man, although I have a feeling you were playing another game and I was asleep when you switched. So Uncle Cranky says, I think the saddest... Uncle Cranky is quoting in this case. I think this is Robin Williams' quote. Yes, it is. I think the saddest people always try their hardest to make people happy because they know what it's like to feel absolutely worthless, and they don't want anyone else to feel like that. It's definitely much better than I could have said it. So, anyways. You are here for some Chimera Squad, so let's figure out who's getting trained next. First thing I want to do is see if I can do anything else with Godmother. So we've got an extra dodge and 15. The extra HP is kind of nice, but let's see if we can assign somebody else. So for instance, Torque is now at a level equivalent to the rest of the team. So we could do Unlock Potential, Mobility increased by 1, Dodge increased by 20. Another person we might be interested in assigning would be Cherub. But Cherub's already done that job, so what about Terminal? Terminal gets an additional utility item. Zephyr does not have any training programs. Patchwork probably in the same case, no, just basic conditioning. And Verge is currently on a Spec Ops, so I think this would be a great time for me to put... wait a minute. Who's Torque? Yeah. I think in this case, because we've got Torque to the level where we want her, let's do Unlock Potential. The extra mobility is definitely something that I benefit from. So, Hardening Agent's response to live fire exchanges allows them to react calmly and think tactically, even when under intense pressure. So, yes, I'm okay with you being out of APC duty. This is one thing I didn't realize about training, so notice that Cherub didn't move outside of the... didn't necessarily move outside of the assembly while I was trying to work out training. I never realized that. That's actually a nice little touch. So You think you may have actually undervalued training in your playthrough aside from removing some of the more... Yes, this is one of the things... I should have been more... Actually, thank you for that, Uncle Cranky. So I wanted to be a little more explicit about this at the start of the... I think this is the thing I was trying to say, and I forgot. Talked about why Steam reviews annoy me. One of the things that I really liked, or one of the things I wanted to focus on this playthrough was to explore the advantages from training, because I once I started reading the benefits on them, they seemed to be very substantial. So the big question I have now, of course, is do I want to put Cherub or Godmother on the team? One, I think Godmother is a particularly strong operative. And then on top of that, I think so the reason why I would include Cherub would be to sort of draw fire and to put shields on people. And in particular, I'm interested in doing that for Zephyr. But my current answer for that has been, but I'm also bringing Terminal on the team. And Terminal is definitely somebody I want to see kind of move up in the team rather rapidly. So I'm okay saying that, you know, Zephyr might get banged up a little bit, and Terminal's going to be there to patch her up, and Godmother's going to be bringing in some of that much needed, much needed firepower. So, and you can sort of see that with the combination of Godmother and Zephyr, we're going to be trying to go in deep and take things out pretty rapidly. So, anyways, I've filibustered long enough. We're waiting one more day for the final mission. And we have two options, so we can do Need a Ride or Lights Out. So it looks like this one pays a little bit more in terms of resources, and then we also get the advantage of the security squad being there. And then Need a Ride will give me a tracer rounds. I mean, 2 utility items is nothing to sneeze at, although obviously as far as rounds are concerned, I've already got my stun rounds. So thinking on your time with this game, you actually hate how Terminal feels like a required agent on these missions, but you're kind of gung-ho about your strategies on the tactics board. I still don't have strong feelings about all of the agents yet. I have some favorites, but I think that's more by chance rather than any particular plan. What I would love to do in a case like this would be to drop the upgrade on the mission that I was going on, but obviously I don't have the intel for that. We will, however, be able to upgrade the switchyard when we complete this mission. So this is very difficult, and I need to acknowledge that we've got chrysalids coming up, so this is hopefully going to be what Godmother gets us through. But let's send the APC. Let's give her some trank rounds. Do I have anything else? So I can give her Infiltrator Weave, or I can maybe try and make items available. Surely I've got some extra padding for you. Yep. We got 2 encounters, alright. So everybody's got the extra padding. I don't believe Zephyr has anything to... yeah. Maybe... yeah, so it looks like everybody's got the enhanced body armor and the padding. Skylight, door, and vent. So again, there's the tricky part here is deciding, well, is it worth it for me to try and get someone through one of these vents? The problem is that the extra HP, especially knowing that we're going to be running in, I haven't quite been able to say I really need that vent access. Maybe we'll run into a situation where I change my mind on that, but for now, I think I'm just going to accept. I'm going to accept the more brute force loadout that I've got. Oh yes, I keep forgetting about the civilian
Hostiles
casualties.
bunched up on the target device.
All right, so I can go through the sky. Ooh. I think I know how I'm doing this. So Godmother. Patchwork. Terminal. So Zephyr's interesting, right? First unit through this entrance is guaranteed to land their shot. I suspect this won't actually be a shot, but so far as I can tell, her fists can't be disabled. So the idea here is that everybody, you know, like everybody's gonna get the advantages, and I believe I'm sort of sacrificing first impression in favor of also not having a disable. So we'll see if it turns out.
Breach! 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 Time to move.
Okay, so who do I have? I think I'm gonna just go straight for the chrysalid. Alright, so I'm gonna need to dedicate 2 people to the... Oh, hang on. I think 2 people to the chrysalid before anything else. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to spread the love on both the Cobra and the chrysalid. Alright, and now we've got Zephyr, so they've got a guaranteed shot. Hello! Alright. You know what? I'm going to do the same strategy. Dodge Viper GT, thank you very much for your resubscription. You're getting close to half a year. Thank you for continuing to keeping me doing this nonsense. Alright, I'll be honest with you, I'd prefer not to have to go after the android right now. I'd much prefer to take out the Cobra. One thing I could try would be the scatter shot on both of these. So if I ran up like this, I might be able to hit him in the cone. But it's not clear that I'd be able to take out the android with that. So let's just start by saying, okay, if I just go straight with my gun... Yeah, I mean, maybe it's better that I just go for the... Maybe it's just better that I go for the shot to the face. And notice here, right, we've only got 1 chrysalid to deal with 1 health. So even if I just go and whack it on the head with a, with a baton, we're in good shape. The other thing that I could try, of course, would be team up. Also, I'm a little curious about preparation. So Godmother prepares for their next turn by increasing their defense by 30 and their dodge by 50. Their next turn is moved earlier in the timeline, removes burning. Okay. So there's a side of me that was sort of thinking, is there any way that you can get first turn people to move lower in the timeline? Because I feel like that's something you should do because of... I feel like that's something that you should be able to do from BattleTech, but this isn't BattleTech, so... Alright, let's just go straight for the android. Normally Patchwork would be doing something like that, but the android's moving a little early in the turn. I'm just hoping that we can do enough damage. I suspect we need to get very lucky with our damage here, but again, we'll try and... Well, I could also try Ventilate. Guaranteed to hit and destroy the target's cover, cost 3... Well, see, it's not the guaranteed to hit that worries me, it's the damage that it does. Alright, you know what, let's go for it, let's hope for the best. The other thing I could try and do would be to move Patchwork up right away, but no. Yeah, that wasn't enough. Training's paying off. Okay, so the important thing to remember is that this android is not a threat to me anymore. I want to be focusing much more on people who will be moving next. So for instance, this chrysalid. So I think I'll do just a good old-fashioned subdue. The other bit of good news is that we can take out the Cobra before they're able to do the damage.
Target is under arrest.
Can you imagine running up and whacking a chrysalid with your The butt of your gun.
Stay down.
Okay, so the one person I don't want going after this android is Zephyr. So what she's going to do instead... Oh, shame on me. I thought she might be able to make it to the evidence, but she can't. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move her up. And I think I'll do preparation. Alright, so now Godmother gets to finish the job. So a little bit of damage, but nothing too crazy. Okay, so obviously nobody can go through the vent. It's a pretty decent. It's actually a pretty decent bonus, so surprise and good visibility. The one thing I'm a bit worried about is the fact that there are 7 targets, and I think we'll do the same thing. Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing as before. I think I'm gonna save terminal to the very end, though. Fire at hostile targets during the breach or combat. Let's do combat scanners. I'm gonna do Zephyr then terminal in this case. Just I need to make a decision about whether or not I want to. First unit through this entrance will be routed for 1 round. That makes me a little mad, but it's, I think, better to have terminal do that. Not valid for this breach slot, huh? Okay. If I do... No, not Godmother. So if I do Patchwork, she's probably not going to be able to do... Yeah, okay, so whoever... I mean, that might imply that Zephyr goes through the front door, but the problem is that's devastating to have her be rooted after the move. Terminal is the character I'm most willing to have rooted, I think. Combat Scanners is a really nice bonus, and then... Wait, did I decide? All units automatically activate Overwatch after breach. That's not bad. I hate moving Zephyr last. Yeah, we'll do it. And I don't think she has any special abilities, so...
It's go time.
Alright, let's see where the threats are. Okay, so we actually only have 1 person who's a threat to us, and this is a bruiser. So we're definitely gonna focus fire. I don't think that's going to be enough to seal the deal. What else can I do? I could do Alpha Strike. Godmother fires shotgun during the breach and will take their turn earlier in the timeline. Sure, I mean, the extra bonus action really isn't that exciting, but... I am somewhat inclined to try and go for that. Ooh, actually, goodbye to the Necromancer. Yeah, I gotta spread the love. But it does mean that I need Zephyr to clear out the bruiser. Oh crap, he takes a shot anyway. I didn't think about that. That's what I get for taking a delay. Oh well, that's a bit of a shame about the damage, but we'll be able to get through it.
See that target? Smash it to pieces.
Watching for hostiles.
Okay, so I'll start with a safeguard. I think that goes to terminal first. And I can pin someone down, but why would I want to? So the android moves next, but Godmother's going to be able to do something about that. Although they probably won't be able to. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm just going to try and clear out the Necromancer. It's not that bad of a chance. Okay, so what I want to make sure I'm doing with Godmother is I'm taking advantage of her the larger number of moves that she's got. Ideally, this should be me getting into a good flanking position. The problem is that my flanking options aren't that great. They all sort of wind up putting me in an awkward position relative to other potential threats. So Patchwork's definitely going to be moving after the android, but it's likely that the android won't be doing that much to me. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move up. I'm going to have to pick between the commando and the turret. Oh, interesting. I don't have line of sight on the turret? Right. Commandos aren't exactly the biggest threat, but it's just nice to get some pieces off the board. So they'll probably target Zephyr? Well, I can shut up. Alright, so Overwatch removed. So this, the Overwatch everyone got means absolutely nothing. Now, I would maybe want to prioritize the android with the chaining jolt, but it's important to remember that I've got people who will be able to fire on them beforehand. So I either need to decide the commando's a high enough priority to take out, or I should do a... actually, you know what? Okay, it does end the turn. I think just taking out the turret is probably the right call, unless I want to try and reprogram the android, but that strikes me as a riskier move. So I'm probably gonna take damage on Zephyr, but being able to take a piece off the board is worth it in my opinion.
Frying circuits. Ha, zap.
Finding the flank.
Yeah, fair. Alright. So, of course, we don't want Zephyr to be punching self-destructing android. This trooper moves next. I don't know if I can seal the deal on them, but the game's definitely indicating I should try. So let's give it a shot. Oop. Punches an enemy, inflicts one of several effects. Disarm, disorient, stun, or root. Okay, well, that sounds like a nice added bonus.
Shattering.
Okay, so it wasn't enough to kill him, but it's enough to stop them from taking their action. And I've got momentum, so I think what I'm going to do here is I'll just go straight for the parry. Alright, so again, Zephyr winds up giving out free heals. I think probably Patchwork is my higher priority on this one, so we'll safeguard you. Now this does mean that it does mean that Terminal's not able to move this turn, but that's fine because I want to do some damage to the android anyway, and I know we're not able. It's not going to be enough to kill it, so. But it does mean that Godmother's going to be in a position to wipe it out, so I want to get a little bit closer and make sure that the commando is not going to be causing me too much grief. I could also try a team up with Patchwork to really make it count, but I'm fairly confident in being able to take out this guy. All right. So I could try a chaining jolt on the... Oh, only on that one trooper, huh? I'm a little surprised I can't target the commando. It looks like I can do it from here, though, so we'll move Patchwork. She also has the advantage of the shield from Terminal. So if I do the chaining jolt, it says it'll finish the job.
Shocking hostile. Frying the hostile.
Well done.
Atta girl. Alright, I think it's pretty clear what we're going to do with this guy. So So I don't know if there's any reinforcements or anything like that, but while we're at it, I'm just going to do the... Oh, yep, there are reinforcements, so I want to... I may also do some sort of reload and attacks where I can. Well, sometimes it's going to be forced on me, but...
Reloaded.
No. Oh, we got lucky with that hair trigger. Alright, so light wounds are all around, 8 captured enemies, so we're guaranteed to get the intel, and yeah, I mean, as long as nobody winds up in the infirmary, we're good. That core was weapons grade. It could have powered an anti-starship weapon, and now if it wasn't a pile of dust. All right, so a couple of slip-ups, but it's feeling familiar. I'm definitely looking forward to, probably off cast, but I'm definitely looking forward to maybe bumping up the difficulty on this a little bit now that I have a better idea of some of the ins and outs. But we have a total of 90 Illyrium from that mission, 35 intel, and then an additional 20 from captured enemies. Switchyard has obviously risen to 5, but we'll have a major event to deal with there. And from the archives, we used to call the place Shankville. It was outside the wall, so Advent didn't care what went on. I'm glad the city council leveled the place and built something new. Don't know if I'm fancy enough to live in Renova Heights, but I can walk down the street without someone killing me for my dental work. Definite improvement. Stay out of Bugtown, a local's guide to City 31. Assembly complete, enhanced submachine guns. So let's see if we can equip people with that.
Sacred Coil is abducting humans for genetic experimentation. Those who survive are no longer themselves. This cannot continue. Find them, stop them, and get those people back.
You know, one thing that I kind of find interesting, I sort of understand that in XCOM, you do report to the council, and even in the case of XCOM 2, the council member is sort of... It kind of feels like you still report to him, like he's definitely telling you whether or not you're doing a good job. So I think the impression that you get is that you are sort of, you know, you are responsible for the decisions. Yes, the mission is to stop the alien invasion, but basically how you do it, whether certain regions get ignored in favor of some other priority, that seems to be in your hands. Whereas in this one, it sort of feels that Kelly is much more driving the overall strategy for Chimera Squad, and I think it's a subtle change. I don't necessarily feel that mechanically the game is very different for it, because in the end you're still picking which cities to, or which parts of the city to do missions on, and which ones might be falling to unrest. And yet it's very interesting to sort of have this idea that headquarters is definitely dictating, you know, hey, this thing is going on and you need to stop it right now. So a hard mode run might squeeze another 20 hours out of the game. There's also the Iron Man. I've never been too crazy about Iron Man in XCOM. I sort of see the appeal of having your choices sort of locked in. And yet, one of the things that I like the most about strategy games, and I mean, I'm a bit of a hypocrite on this, right? Because I play so many of the Paradox games on Iron Man. It's just that there's so much time you spend in a Paradox game, you might as well just start a new one rather than fiddle around with your existing save. But even then, actually, now that I think back to how I played Crusader Kings, like I really learned Crusader Kings through having a save file and sort of trying different approaches. But the appeal to me about XCOM has always been, you know, how could I have done this mission better? And there's sometimes a little bit of a challenge in the fact that, you know, once you know where the enemy units are, you have a bit of an advantage in terms of the mission. So it's an imperfect plot, but there's something to me about constructing an ideal approach to a given mission that's really appealing, and that's Iron Man sort of takes that away, and it gives you other things in return. But I think what really keeps me coming back to XCOM tends to be that ability to sort of iterate over a few plans. But I can definitely see sort of bumping up the difficulty and really struggling on a couple of missions, knowing that you'll eventually overcome it. That sounds like for me at least, like a good time. All right, recover abducted humans. Sacred Coil is abducting humans for genetic experimentation. Those who survive are no longer themselves. This cannot continue. Find them, stop them, and get these people back. So, Terminal's got a promotion.
They imprisoned you, placed you in a box, ran tests, all for what you were. And then, a final indignity. You, the master of this world, forced to swear loyalty to them. They wanted your word, but their own words? They mean nothing. You weren't in prison. It was a repatriation camp. Almost sounds pleasant. A place for their hideous offspring to waste their summers. But you see the truth. The old world, risen from where we first drowned it. Do not adjust. Do not change. For now, you walk the bonded stair.
I do like these little dialogue bits. The other thing I think I failed to mention on the previous streams, I really do like the different personalities that are kind of conveyed by the way people are sitting. Like, I love the way that Cherub has this very proper way of sitting compared to, Terminal, and, Godmother definitely reflects the way that she's in the opening cinematic. They're all, again, these are all nice little touches that they're easy to overlook if you rush from mission to mission. All right, so Terminal Senior Agent. We could do an armor system, upgrade Safeguard to provide 1 armor to the protected unit. That is definitely very appealing. And then we also have Resilience. Terminal heals up to full at the end of every encounter. I mean, that seems incredibly strong. I feel like at that point, kind of Terminal starts taking point a lot more and sort of acts as a bit of a meat shield, and that is completely inconsistent with how I've been able to get her to work in my existing team. So I think I'm going to go for armor system because Safeguard has been doing the Lord's work for us. All right. Now, the assembly project is done. Before I do that, though, let's take our enhanced submachine gun, and let's figure out what we want to do. So we've got enhanced shotguns, pistols, mastercrafted assault rifles. Jesus. Poison gear. Oh, there's so much stuff. I think I'm going to go enhanced shotguns. That is basically the Godmother upgrade, but it's worth it. So now the question is, who do I want to take on the big mission? I feel like I can't afford to drop the healer on an important mission like this. I could sort of see switching out Zephyr for Cherub because Cherub gives me a little bit more survivability. But I think I'm gonna take the team from last time. And then obviously, the switchyard. This comes at exactly the time that we needed it because I need to reduce the unrest. So first thing I want to do, again, it's a little unfortunate that it's going to be finance because I feel like we're okay for credits right now. But generally what I do with these upgrades to the field teams is I will upgrade whatever mission I'm on so that I can get the direct benefit from it. So I believe that's our second level 2 one. Now if I'm inclined, I can do a quarantine on downtown or Angler's. Actually, no, it would just be downtown. Well, I probably should have thought this through, but here's what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to quarantine the switchyard. I'm actually going to do this downtown job so I can get 70 free intel, and then I can still do the main mission. So an anonymous tip suggests a nondescript apartment is a stash house connected to our current investigation. 31 PD requested reclamation backup for their planned raid. Thankfully, there was no opposition to the stash house. Still, 31 PD is grateful for the assist. So it's a little bit of a shame that I spent the intel the way that I did before.
Is nearly returned to us.
Ah,
A world
well.
that wants you to do nothing more than diminish.
I'm gonna...
It will clutch at your potential.
Is it
Pull
really
you
still
down,
quarantined?
Choke you with lies until you can't see the truth. But we can be your guide from these depths.
Oh my god, Azure Wind.
Passage from the tyranny of
Rusty
human
Dios.
rule. All we ask is that you climb. Do not adjust. Do not change. For now, you walk the bonded stair.
Alright, we've got the lovely Azure Wind coming in with a bunch of people. So guys, I am not nearly as good as Azure Wind at Chimera Squad. Actually, I do have a question for you, Azure Wind. Have you heard of a little game called Chimera Squad? I can't really say I found Azure Wind. I think it was Azure Wind who hosted me during Battletech, but I was very lucky to follow up with that by checking out Azure Wind's channel while he was playing Battletech, which he did an extremely good job of. The reason I say I'm lucky is that Azure Wind is a very XCOM focused streamer. Before Chimera Squad came out, he was doing a sort of a run with, I think it's called Christopher Odd's Mod Pack well, I mean, presumably it is because it is a collection of mods recommended by Christopher Odd. Perhaps I should have been a little more careful in how I said that, but basically, he knows a ton about XCOM. He definitely is very good at playing the game at hard difficulties and pushing through something like an Iron Man run. So where I sort of enjoy picking apart and seeing how you can sort of manipulate a mission and how you could have improved on each one, so that can sometimes involve a lot of reloading. Azure Wind definitely likes jumping in and saying is like, if you messed up, you are locked into it, and if that means you need to reset, then you just need to get good. And it's really rewarding to watch him play XCOM. I really could stand to learn a lot from him. But on top of that, he is definitely a very nice guy. He's a really entertaining streamer. He's also very good at I get really tired about what passes for a lot of game criticism. We were talking about this a little bit earlier, but what I like a lot about Azure Wind's channel is that he is quite good at articulating where he thinks games can improve without it necessarily being like crapping all over the game. I know like sometimes there'll be people in chat who like try to defend Milady or try to explain. Like the thing about Azure Wind is that he knows these games incredibly well, and he gets it. He knows why it is built the way that it is, but that doesn't mean that just because it was built that way, it has to be that way. And I feel like sometimes people don't quite give him the credit for doing that kind of analysis. So especially if you're interested in games like XCOM, Azure Wind's a really good streamer to watch that for, because he's very knowledgeable about the game, but I also think he's quite articulate in the type of critique that he offers. It's not just sort of a devotion that maybe somebody like me who just straight up loves XCOM. Like for instance, I don't particularly care about the non-numeric representations of things like health. Azure Wind has none of it. He really wishes that the health bars would have numbers. But I think what's really great about it is that it's not just that Azure Wind is very good at explaining his viewpoint and at being able to play this game at a high level and to be able to explain his reasoning. I think what's really great about it is that he is also able to sort of pick it apart in a way that says, here's a different direction that it could have gone, and I think it would have been better for that. And particularly because he plays modded versions of these games, you get to see a bunch of different versions of what directions XCOM could have gone down, or alternatively, what the modding community brought in. So So I didn't think that the quarantine would last more than one round. Like, I kind of feel like being able to get a little extra out of the missions here would be nice. But I'll be honest with you, like, okay, an epic shotgun sounds pretty cool, actually. See, I really want to get on with the mission here, but now that I know an epic shotgun is on the... Okay, I gotta see what an epic shotgun looks like, so... Admittedly, it's a bit less of a concern in Chimera Squad since the health values are compressed. It's not like XCOM 2 where stuff is walking around with 40 health. Yeah, that happened. Yeah, okay, good. I'm glad this is a standard experience. What I am gonna do, I am gonna save very quickly, just in case. I really question whether or not this thing is properly quarantined, but anyways, let's jump into Old Town and see what's going on.
Reclamation's primary goal is to recover dangerous material from those who would do the world harm. On occasion, that means confiscating a powerful weapon from someone willing to use it against you.
Incidentally, how did your playthrough go tonight, Ajuin? I was obviously I was busy doing my own thing, but oh, hang on. Did these guys automatically get the improved weapons? I guess they did.
Informant tipped us off. Special weapon at this location.
Nice. All right. So it's only one encounter. Seems to me that we go... Yeah, I think the wall is the right call here. It's a little weird to start off with Zephyr on at the start, but I can work around that. I think I'm going to make Terminal go last. It'd be cool to throw some armor on people right at the start, but in this case, I think being able to choose who gets healed after the fact is a little more effective for me, so... but yeah, explosive entrance, all non-aggressive enemies or guarding this entrance are surprised, and then good visibility, all units entering in here get plus 25 aim during the breach, plus of course the fact that we've got the gremlin running with it, so pretty sure we'll have a good time with this. Also, those of you from Azure Wind's channel, I did shout, yeah, I did. I will say that Azure Wind also, so those of you who are watching his channel, you'll be very pleased to know that I have in fact selected Torque. Not for any kind of fan service, mind you. It's really just so that I can, you know, I liked the crowd control at the time that I saw her, so... so I'm trying to think... I'm not 100% sure I'm going to be able to seal the deal on the Trooper, but I'm going to run for it. And then everybody else's attention are going to be... Oh no, hang on, we got to deal with the Commando first, so... Problem solved. And now everybody else will go on the bomber. Ah, there's somebody outside, huh?
The target.
I thought that said recover the lonely island. I was like, what? Alright, so we've got an android which is going to bang its head and... Alright, and then that trooper's going to want to make their move. So the tricky part here is that I'm going to be able to do the damage, but I'm not going to be able to run... Oh, that's not true, actually. She'll probably get a momentum move afterwards, so... I am going to do the crippling blow on the trooper.
Head down.
I mean, there's really no reason to do the crippling blow, I guess, but hopefully she's got the... Alright, so the choice would be I can parry or I can get behind something. I think I'm just going to move her to safety. Ah, screw you. Alright, I am probably most inclined towards... well, yeah, see, this is the tricky part. I should probably be worrying about this turret, especially because it's going to be taking shots on Zephyr, who's in a bit of trouble. I could team up and bring Patchwork in to help deal with the turret. Yeah, you know what? That's the right call. Just trying to think if there's a sensible place for me to put Godmother right now. Because if we fail to deliver on this android, then she's going to be in a tough spot. Yeah.
Moving.
I might be able to do something magical. I'm not 100% sure if this will work, but let's give it a shot. Well, hang on. It should be able to... Okay. It was okay in theory. Patchwork's gonna fry the turret. I guess the question is, do I want to move... I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I want to do this turn. I don't think there is anything else that I can do this turn. I guess I'll spread out a little bit, just in case, but a little execution never hurt anybody. Okay, so Terminal's got to deal with the bomber, but first things first, let's get our safeguard on Zephyr.
Let the high-tech spray do its work. If you think it's best.
So in this case, I'm not going to try and use the subdue because of the armor. And I mean, I'm not in a terrible cover position. But we are going to have a little trouble with that android. So my options are basically let Zephyr take the damage and be in a tough position, or let the android pick how it damages us. I've obviously already used up my team up, so in this case, I'll try the crippling blow on the android. If it doesn't kill it, you know, maybe it'll do something to stun it. It probably won't. But in this case here, you know, one person taking all the damage and somebody who's got the armor, it's interesting. All right. And I think at this point I'll...
Fast as I can. No ammo.
All right. That's just to put her in a protective position. So I suppose the question is, how much risk am I willing to put Godmother into? And I'd say, because I'm playing on a relatively easy difficulty level, quite a bit. Well, fair enough. What does get a little interesting, though, is I don't think Patchwork is going to be able to do anything about this. Well, that's unlucky. I guess the best that I could hope for would be some kind of lucky Overwatch, but I just don't see that happening. Huh. Well, I really ruined it. Okay, well, the game definitely forgave me for my questionable life choices.
Gremlin on the way. He'll be fine.
Just a scratch.
So for sheer narrative benefit. Oh no. Okay, I can still bonk him on the head.
Hostile subdued.
Yeah, that is kind of fantastic. That's a little bit like Pulp Fiction, where the guy comes running out of the bathroom and just like unloads the gun on Travolta and Samuel Jackson. And they both kind of look at each other and just blow him away. I felt I had to give that kill to Godmother. All right. Godmother, of course, will now go walk the earth. So, we've got the Lonely Herald. 20 intel earned from captured enemies. Torque has completed the Torque has completed training. Verge has completed the recruitment drive. No one in their right mind should spend time in Old Town. The city council says that they cleared out all the old mechs. Advent used to send on the liquidation patrols. They give the whole district a pass until they hire mercenaries to hunt mechs door to door. Stay out of Bugtown, a local's guide to City 31. I'd be upset too that Marvin couldn't tell us. Alright. So let's get the promotions
The Bonded
out.
Stare, a local pirate radio station, claims to have answers about the Fade. Some residents welcome the station's frank assessment of the disease.
Well, we're finally hearing the truth. The city council was too afraid to tell us.
But not everyone is convinced.
It's wishful thinking. Anyone can say they know what's going on. That doesn't mean they do.
Channel 37, Celio Dash reporting.
Alright. Promotion to Special Agent rank has unlocked crowd control. Zephyr quickly darts around and attacks every nearby enemy before returning to their original position. 2-turn cooldown. That is a cool ability. And Patchwork. What are you doing? Okay, so I get to pick. So we can give you the Voltic Arc. The Gremlin shocks enemies if they move too close to Patchwork, or if Patchwork moves close to them. This attack chains to nearby enemies, or Threat Recognition upgrades combat scanners to have 1 additional use per mission, and grants a plus 25 crit to all alloys at the breach point. So, if it was just the additional use, I probably wouldn't have gone for this. The additional crit is something that can turn... Oh, that's a tough call. So what I like about the crit is that it turns those, the unit has 1 health left to kills. It's not something that I would really want to bank on, though. So, like, the idea of high crits just means, on average, I'll have fewer enemies to deal with. But I wouldn't rely on a crit to get rid of, let's say, an aggressive enemy. By contrast, I guess this... Well, it's an ability, right? So, like, there's a side of me that kind of thinks, well, maybe I could get a little more aggressive with Patchwork and make the most of that ability. But I do sort of like the idea of enhancing the things that I already like about the agent. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna go for... This is not Twitch Plays, Rusty Dios. It's slightly risky to start with since you don't get a parry off of it. Oh, that's an interesting... Oh yeah, I guess because it wouldn't have momentum. But yeah, I think I like the idea of doubling down on my my combat scanners. This mission must be completed. Well, I was going to complete it anyway, but so the question is, who do I want to put in training? I definitely feel that I undervalued training earlier on. I just want to get a quick idea of what... Yeah, so I'm not crazy about the extra utility item. This is partly just reflects the fact that I don't necessarily have a really high value for utility items yet. Extra mobility on Zephyr strikes me as a very strong a very strong bonus. But I've been able to get by without having Verge in the team for a while now. So I will give him the unlock potential. And I'm gonna have to make a decision about who I lock away on Spec Ops for a bit. So I've got the Kickstarter, extra intel, Illyrium Sting, recruitment drive. Oh yeah, the free field teams strike me as a really strong bonus. I kind of wonder about this trade-off, right? So 5 turns is a long time to have somebody out of the team, admittedly. 65 intel versus something that costs 90 and above. That seems... This seems like, relative to legwork, this definitely feels like a pretty substantial step up. So I think I am going to do a recruitment drive, and particularly because I know it will annoy everyone who really likes Torque, I'm actually going to assign her to that. Yeah, that's a really good point, Azure Wind. I'm definitely relying on sort of my, you know, my internal knowledge. So obviously this is a big one for me here because we already upgraded finance. Ah. And that's the trick. I didn't invest enough to... Huh, okay. Well, I mean, that's a shame, but I think I'm going to sit on the free field team for a bit. But I do want Vigilance to be on cooldown. So I'm gonna do it on the switch yard. It seems a little weird seeing as I'm already getting the two free reduction. But I kind of like the idea of clearing this out, and then we'll just put extra attention on the fringe. And yeah, I think I'm going to sit on the free field team. An informant identified a Sacred Coil front company. 31 PD believes that they have some connection to humans who recently went missing. Find out what they're up to before any more people vanish. -2 unrest in the Switchyard district, 100 credits, and then of course there are finance bonuses. And we've already decided on our team because, well, this was... Oh, hang on, but Godmother should get the fancy shotgun, should she not? Alright, so this thing's 4 to 6 with a clip size of 3. Firing the primary weapon ends the agent's turn in the absence of special training, and the Lonely Island, which I'm going to call from now on, is a 4 to 6, so same damage, same clip side. Aha! But it has the beloved run and gun. Oh yes, okay. An Advent prototype shotgun used rare alloys to reduce its weight, though it provided the bearer with battlefield mobility. It was ultimately rejected due to the cost. Oh god, where have you been all my life? Oh, but oh yeah, no, there's track rounds. Okay. So as you can see, this is why I'm not spending a whole lot of time on giving Terminal the extra utility item, because as it turns out, I've not really invested a lot in utility items. I've just had other stuff that I want to get done, and so I don't really see the value in taking my healer off the squad for an extended period of time. I don't remember if I had any upgrades for... No, okay. Let's see this train wreck.
PD pegged this as a Sacred Coil front. Normally, that's not enough to move in. But an informant says it has something to do with humans who've gone missing.
Alright, if you can just give me a quick second here, chat. I need to... Okay, where is this thing? Oh, come on, OBS. There we go. This is a decent playthrough for decent people. Explosive entrance. All non-aggressive enemies guarding this entrance are surprised or quick disable. First unit through this entrance will have their weapon disabled. So again, it's going to be a risky play, but I think I'm going to save my resources, and I'm going to put Zephyr in. So we have more enemies, so this is a very risky move for my team. But the idea here is that I'm giving myself future options in the next next few turns. So so I'm putting Terminal last so that she can do some heal. So the funny thing about this is that it was a surprise to from my understanding, it was a surprise to Firaxis that people liking the snake ladies were a thing, and so they decided to make it more explicit for Chimera Squad. So don't let anybody tell you that they don't listen to the fans.
Go, go, go.
Alright, so let's see what we're... Okay, we only have one aggressive unit. It's actually kind of nice that it's an android because those are a bit of a pain anyway. Purifier... Ooh, pair of purifiers. Yeah, let's go deep with Zephyr. So obviously first priority is to take out the android. I'm not going to bother with the Alpha Strike yet. Alright, that's a reason we can focus this stuff. So this will leave me in a somewhat crappy position for the next few rounds, but we'll make do. I do kind of like the fact that the guy who just got punched in the face has a surprised status above him. I suppose I would be surprised by that too. Okay, so it's the commandos who are going to be moving next. So there's a side of me that wants to take the pieces off the board. I think the first thing I want to try is let's see how this crowd control thing works. All right, so the big appeal for it, I suppose, is. Yeah, but as I think as Azure Wind was saying, there's no momentum bonus. Okay, so despite the fact that this is actually one of the better... Whoa! Look at what happened to the android. Clearly it's one of these new Illyrium models. So one of the things I'm rather bad at in this game is reflecting on the initial... Like, so the whole thing that makes this game interesting is the initiative system, and yet it is the thing that I feel I don't put enough effort into in terms of really gaining the benefits from. So... for instance, I know that, okay, so I can take out this commando, but where is he? This commando is still going to be able to take their turn. So one way or the other, somebody's going to be shooting at my guys. I'd suppose commando number 2 probably is the smaller threat, all told. So I suppose the follow-up question then would be... If I take out one, which one puts Zephyr in the better position? And the answer really is neither at the moment. We've got a couple turrets that move after Godmother, but we know that Patchwork will be able to take out at least one of them. So especially early on in the minigame, it's a departure from XCOM 2 where you have to sweep the board or you're doing it right. Yes. I think I'm most inclined towards taking out this commando here. So obviously this leaves... Well, it doesn't entirely leave... Oh, I didn't realize there was a pole here. I hope that's money and not scales. So the reasoning that I have on this commando here is that I feel the balance of my actions is going to sort of be weighed against these purifiers anyway. I would almost want to ignore both commandos in favor of taking out the one purifier here, but I feel like that's a little bit of a... I feel that's a more dubious choice than I really want to be working with right now. So... I'm going to get her at least behind a table. I was kind of hoping that the momentum would give me a little more leeway. So if I'm really scared, I can go behind the speakers, or I can just do a parry. Prevent damage from the next attack instead of moving. So this is the big question. I mean, she's a nice big open target. In reality, it's probably going to be the commando that goes after her. But does that free up Godmother to do something interesting to the turret? Yeah, you know what? We brought a healer for a reason. Interesting. Alright, well that was a bit of a gift. Alright, now I don't really need run and gun here. I guess what I need to decide is who do I hate the most and want to, you know, shoot a shotgun at. Let's go after Purifier number 5. Or in position 5, rather. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have taken advantage of the scatter shot. I let the positioning of the commando freak me out. Okay, that's fine. I'm still okay. I mean, the other alternative would be to use my subdue on Purifier in position 7, but I'm not entirely clear what my answer is for Purifier at 5. So this is definitely... So this isn't the move... Like, in retrospect, this is a time where I would have used the undo button. This was not the right call. But what I'll do is, in the position that I'm in, I'll spread out the damage, I'll make it a little bit easier for people to follow up with some clearing attacks. That is such a shame that I got a crit and it still wasn't enough to deliver. Okay, so there's a very clear move that I need to do with Patchwork right now, and that's to deal with the turret that's about to fire next.
Well done.
Totally not Valken says, press this advantage, destroy them all.
Where we go, all shall follow.
Crap, I have to move!
Yeah, I completely forgot that grenades... So the grenade will explode in several terms. It can be targeted to detonate later. I completely forgot that this game is very forgiving with its grenades. So what I kind of want to be thinking about right now is where do my moves go? So I don't think cooperation ends the turn. I'm just trying to think of the best way to handle this. So, you know, I can get a free move out of Godmother. I don't think I can whop somebody... Well, I can, but they're free on the Purifier there. I guess I was going to do a safeguard as well, but nobody took damage, so why am I being a big scaredy cat? I guess the big challenge that I have with cooperation is that I don't really have anybody in a better position to do something about that Purifier. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run her up by the pool table. I am mildly curious if pushing this Purifier down the... This really feels like a... Oh, but you know what? Patchwork still gets bopped by the grenade. All right. I hate using this so early. I'm gonna team up with Patchwork. Well, I can still try and pin down the Purifier from that, though. So what does that get me? That gets, he moves after Godmother. Yes, that'll get me what I need.
Don't like the look of that.
All right.
Move, move, move!
So, question... I just got to figure out the order in which I do things. So, somebody has to deal with the commando eventually. If I'm going to get Zephyr to deal with... Well, see, yeah, Zephyr, this is a perfect sort of like run and gun moment here on or not run and gun, but the mop everyone up move. So let's pretend Commando 3 and Purifier 7 are dealt with. This still means Purifier in position 5 needs to be dealt with. Godmother can do that, so that means that the turret remains... Okay, we've got our plan.
Blowing some fuses.
It also gets the target off Zephyr, which is nice.
Dropping the gloves.
Okay, let's see the magic of crowd control.
Fast as I can.
You are looking at a total badass here. Okay, so actually this is also good to know. I was under the impression she'd be moving back to where she was originally rather than sorry, words. I thought she'd be moving back to her original position rather than the place that I landed her. So I probably just misread that. But anyways, we just slapped somebody with the gun. Okay, so I was rather expecting us to take some damage. I'm kind of happy we didn't. I never noticed the lighting effects here. That's a really nice touch.
While you're there, grab me a souvenir.
Everything we do is recorded. You know that.
Fine, I get it. It's unprofessional to ask for a multi-fingered discount.
I will say I really do like that they're basically that they're committing to the snake lady bit. Okay, let's say another Patchwork. I'm gonna do Zephyr at the end of the queue here, and this is gonna be the time where I drop the combat scanners. So as it turns out, I'm kind of happy I get 2 uses of this now.
Breach, breach, breach!
Yeah, but I actually like the fact that you end where you go, because you can still decide to end yourself in cover. I would have actually used it a little differently if I'd known it was like that. But again, it was probably my misreading that caused that. All right, if we're lucky, we'll take this thing out in one shot, but I'm not hopeful. Thank the maker. All right, so now it's just pure benefit to us here. What kind of people do I hate? Androids are annoying. I'll start with the androids. I do want to get a little casual damage on the purifiers if I can. And again, this is just this nice little position of, you know, it makes it easier to finish them off when the time comes. Ah, yes, okay. I probably don't want her kicking a purifier in the face. So instead, I think we'll punch the commando, and then hopefully Godmother will be able to run in and take out the... purifier. Alright, so in practice, collect the enemy in 3 turns has usually meant for me, make sure you finish the mission within 3 turns. So the tricky part that I have right now is that the Purifier is in initiative position 6, and there are just generally more attractive enemies for me to be going after right now. So I think I'm just going to accept the hand that I've been dealt and try and do it by the book. I think this is your favorite music track, isn't it? Azure Wind. I know you like the da, 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 da bit, but I like the blah 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 bit, which is exactly what's going on in my head when I write it out the way that I do in your channel, because that's what normal people do. All right. I can clear out the turret. Yes, this is the right call because Terminal gets a shot to hopefully soften up the Purifier, and Zephyr seals the deal. See, this is the good bit. All right, so we get a flank on the bad guy. I guess we also get to collect the evidence. Ah!
Not again! Put out that fire.
I probably should have checked for an end turn sign. That's so annoying.
Shattering.
I mean, I couldn't have taken that guy out that turn anyway, so I have only minor rights for being annoyed, but, wait, why am I doing... I should have just subdued.
That's a back alley fighting pit. Thought they'd have more cages. No data on this next structure. I'm not even seeing it on maps.
Why don't you use your psychic abilities? All right. So I don't think we... Oh, we do have 2 people with security cards, so this is definitely the safer way. So secure entrance, fewer aggressive enemies present at this entrance. Ready for anything. All units through this entrance get 50 dodge for 1 round. And if I want the scary way, delayed snare, last unit through this entrance will be rooted for 1 round, and first unit through this entrance is guaranteed to land their shot. I don't think a guaranteed shot is worth that risk, so I'm still going to move Zephyr last, but... Oh, don't remove, but we will take combat scanners and... Ah, I have to hack the door. Interesting. I didn't even think that that was the reason why they could do that. Okay, that's fine. I wanted to do the heal at the start, but I have other ways of getting Terminal to heal, so...
I think I can get this.
I really like the fact that the support-ish units can hack the doors. I think that's a nice touch. You know what? Androids annoy me the most, but 100% on the yeah, let's try and clear the turret. Okay, I'm only going to waste 1 unit on that. My feeling here is spreading the love is what gives me the advantage on the first round. So Zephyr's in a bit of an awkward position. Ooh, that's really inconvenient.
This is a disposal area for people.
Oh,
Still signs of
wow.
life. Don't let them activate that machine.
I really like the stakes on this one. Okay, let's take a look at the initiative. So, guarded commando. So, I mean, public enemy number 1 is in initiative position 7, and they've got a lot of health, so that's going to involve... Oh, God, yeah, that shield really... That shield really hurt us. So I could do... Here's a couple of things that I'm kicking around right now. I could do a cooperation and try and get someone to get a free shot on the sort of the shield bearer. I'm running on the assumption that taking them out takes out all the shields. Otherwise, it's going to be very hard to deal with the liquefaction of the test subjects. Presumably, these test subjects are already dead. This is probably a destroying the enemy, destroying the evidence thing rather than saving people's lives. Terminal did wind up taking unnecessary damage, so there was a side of me that wanted to get her to heal. So here's basically the stakes that I see right now on... oh, great. Actually, Shield Bro is also going to be trying to destroy the evidence, so I've got a few things that I can do there. So my options for Terminal I can see as being I heal self, do damage, or I heal self and do a cooperation so somebody can get a quick shot on one of our other targets. The big problem is that this turret is not a huge priority at the moment. But I am going to have to deal with it at some point. Okay, definitely healing. So I can try and chip away at the commando, I can try and kill the turret, I can try and cooperate. Who would I cooperate with and for what reason? No, we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. I don't have a really good argument to use a special ability yet, so I'm not going to do it.
Send in the others.
This is going to be pretty precarious. I guess the good news is that at least some of them are limited to another room, so I can put a lot of attention on the people I hate. So if there was ever a time that I wanted to run and gun, it would be here. The drawback is that guarantees that this guy is going to be coming after her. Okay, I'm going to play it safe this round. I got lucky there. Now I wonder if there's anything interesting I can do with patchwork. Not really. This is going to be one of these rare cases where I actually use an Overwatch, I feel like. I'm also trying to think about where everybody gets spread out, so... it's very interesting what's happened to Overwatch in Chimera Squad, because Overwatch used to be sort of a dominant strategy. I mean, so much so that, like, if you think about how Enemy Within worked, Enemy Within introduced mechanics to try and stop you from playing the optimal way, which is to just sit back and take out everything that runs after you. This one, it's not so much that the mechanic... Like, I mean, again, I can sort of see some reasons for this, but I actually really feel the thing that made Overwatch a lot less interesting on this one is the initiative system. The risk of Overwatch has always been that you give the enemy the opportunity to decide how your... like, when you take an active action, even aside from all the penalties you get from Overwatch, if you've ever played the game Twilight Struggle or Labyrinth or something like that, you sort of know that it's actually a really... So, when people first play this game, Twilight Struggle, you can get the opponent's cards, and when you get the opponent's cards, and like your hand is full of them, you're sort of like, oh, this sucks, because if you get your opponent's cards, they still benefit your opponent. But once you start playing the game a bit more, you realize that that's actually a really good thing, because instead of your opponent screwing you with a really like high value and devastating attack on their own terms, you kind of get to decide when you get hit by that club. And I feel like the initiative system on this definitely complicates the matter, right? So I know that the target I want to damage is going to be moving, and that his movement is going to be going towards the tanks. So this is the way that I can get Patchwork to do some damage to them where previously she couldn't. But on the other hand, I kind of wanted to do damage with my Gremlin, although that was an impossibility. So I don't know. It's really interesting that a game like Chimera Squad, where you have a much clearer idea of the order in which things are happening. Like, I don't think there's any multiplayer Chimera Squad, but imagine you had an initiative system and somebody just put an Overwatch in a place where you wanted the guy who was going to move next turn. Like, that can be a really effective tactical choice. And yet, for some reason, in Chimera Squad, Overwatch feels a little underwhelming in some cases. Anyways, I've rambled on long enough. Let's just get the maximum coverage and see what happens.
Remove the impure.
All right, so I think we need to finish the job here this turn, or we lose. So I'm kind of hoping that we get some kind of a stun or something. Rooted! The one place I don't want this guy to go. I think I'll go for the parry. So in practical terms, what are we looking at here? Now seems like a great time to do cooperation. Yeah, so let's get Godmother that.
Hey, you got this.
That extra shot. Tough as nails. All right. Normally I would have gotten Terminal to heal at this point, but clearly we need to prioritize the bad guy. All right, so we're gonna have a bunch of reinforcements to deal with now, and we also have a self-destructing robot on the field. It's important to remember, but Patchwork's in a slightly better position to deal with that sort of stuff. I am totally fine with them blowing. Oh crap! I messed up the turn order.
I'm running low.
All right. Godmother, what do I want to do with you? There is some sense in doing a reload right now. Yeah, so they still count as liquefying. And I don't see a major benefit to moving her right now, so let's do the run and gun. No! Crap, not run and gun. I wanted reload.
Reloaded.
Well, if I wanted that move... The thing is, it's not that strong of a move. It just puts her in danger of position 2. I'm not going to commit to a bad decision. I wanted reload. I looked at the R and I lost my senses. So that's on cooldown for 3 turns for no reason.
Advancing. Prey to the slaughter.
All right, Patchwork is in serious trouble. So the question is, how confident do I feel in my ability to deal with position 6 before the rest? Well, you know what? She gets a heal anyway.
Watch my back.
So we get the free shot on the turret. And then either between Zephyr or Terminal, it seems to me that Patchwork is safe at that point. Again, I'm not particularly proud of the way I handled that. There were a couple things which were just, well, you know, that's just the way the die rolls work. But I am rather hoping that Patchwork doesn't get a something that has to put her in the infirmary. All right, and I think I lost half my viewers after that disastrous play. Operation Petulant Goblet. Great name for a title. Human abductees rescued. Sacred Coil is attempting to turn the Fade into a cross-species disease. Once they fail to exhibit contagion, Sacred Coil liquidates them. 31 PD found intel on other testing facilities. The teams they sent in retrieved most of the missing humans, which puts an end to Sacred Coil's genetic experimentation. Yeah, that last round definitely went off the rails a bit, but overall I was kind of happy with... the first two I was pretty happy with the decisions that I made on that. Okay, Switchyard District, Slower Unrest, 100 credits. We gain 35 Illyrium, 20 intel from the captured enemies. Our failure to respond to the Fade with appropriate urgency is our first black mark in a post-war society. Initial theories suggested this wasting disease was an expiration date left by the Elders, but I'm not so certain. We do know the Fade affects specific genetic markers. Of these, 98% are shared with humans. 85 are common in mutons and sectoids, who the Elders long ago infused with human DNA. If we don't solve the Fade, the question isn't if it will jump species. The question is when. From The Enemy Within, The Impending Public Health Crisis of a Post-War World by R. Teigen.
Good work shutting down Sacred Coil's genetic testing program. City 31 can sleep safer tonight.
So one thing I'll say now that I'm kind of halfway through the second investigation, I talked a lot about how the different biographies for the characters really enhance the previous games. So I really like the fact that, and again, we talked about this before, there's that focus on individuals, there's a little bit more of a narrative spine to some of the mechanics and some of the interactions between the characters. And one thing that's really been attractive to me about this game is the fact that, like, man, now that I'm looking for them, snake ladies in cocktail dresses. I could zoom in, maybe. I don't know. But I think the thing that maybe I'm recognizing on this, this part of the playthrough is I'm kind of liking the detective story here. I like the idea of the crimes in City 31, and I'm becoming a little... Maybe it's just because I've already accepted the different biographies and that I take that for granted, and I like the fact that my experience of the previous games has been enhanced by the presence of Chimera Squad, and so now I'm able to appreciate sort of the... It's not exactly a whodunit, but like to see, what bad things people can get up to in the post-war world. But I think it's neat. Like, I've never assigned... So I would, if you asked me a list of things that I thought were necessary for turn-based strategy games, I would probably not tell you that story is a really big, is high on the list. And yet, when I actually take a look at my revealed preferences in the form of like what games I play and which ones I hold in high regard, BattleTech I thought had a very compelling story, and that's consistent with the hobby, of course, because there's tons of books, there's a TV show, I have the Rules of War, and if you've read sort of like the core rule book for BattleTech, there's a ton of short stories inside of that. It is very much about the world as it is the big stompy robots throwing punches at each other, along with autocannons and PPCs and whatnot. And even then, like, I'm not a really devoted StarCraft fan, but clearly people really invest a lot in the StarCraft story. And like I remember for the original StarCraft, there were a couple of story beats in there that I was shocked by, and I really enjoyed. So while it never seems like one of these things that's necessary, although I guess in the case of StarCraft that's not turn-based strategy, so while it's never one of these things that I would rank very high on the list of things I need to know, like, it does seem that it's one of these things, I guess in the end, knowing why these people are fighting is ultimately the thing that pushes these over the top. All right, so as we were kind of dreading, Patchwork has got a scar. So what we're going to do, we'll put Patchwork in the assembly. Okay, we've got the enhanced shotgun. I mean, this is a bit of a drawback, right? Because we don't really need the enhanced shotgun right now. I feel like as much as I would like to get some of the better weapons and whatnot, I think at this point the expert field teams are a high priority. We'll be getting that in 3, and I believe we finish the recruitment drive in 4. Okay, good. So we'll have we'll be in position in time. All right, so we get a free cherub. We can pick a new recruit. Select one agent to join your squad. So I think we've had most of these people on the list already, but let's take a look at what we've got here. So we've got Shelter, who's psionics, ally buff, mental attacks. I can't be your weapon, but I will be your shield. 7 health, 10 mobility, 65. Actually, you know what? Let's just do the numbers right now. So lowest health, the other two have 9. Moderate mobility, everybody's got the same aim. Highest will, and of course the only one with psionics. Relocate. Oh yes, relocate seems like, yeah, relocate does really seem to be an interesting ability. For those of you who have not checked it out, I highly recommend a game called Heat Signature, and there's some really neat stuff that you can do with relocate. And in fact, the same developer, Suspicious Developments, these are the people who made Gunpoint as well. Well, I say this, the people. I believe Suspicious Developments is just Tom Francis and a bunch of contractors, but I don't know that for sure. So I might be denying some people their work. But this is the company that did Gunpoint. But Heat Signature does relocate, a lot of really interesting things with relocate. And if you're an XCOM fan, I strongly recommend that you search out Tactical Breach Wizards, because it also does some neat things with relocate. In fact, I know there's at least one person in chat that I sent a video of Tactical Breach Wizards to, so I'm curious on your opinions if you got a chance to watch that. So I am somewhat warm towards Shelter, but I know I'm going to have a couple of other good good choices here. So let's take a quick look. We've got Axiom. I kind of want to take Axiom for diversity points. High damage, cover destruction, surrender, or don't. I'm fine with either. Are you? High health, high mobility, smash. Agent charges to a target and smashes down with both fists. Chance to disorient, stun, or render unconscious. Higher rage improves the chance to apply a disabling effect. Higher rage raises the chance of applying disabling effects with melee attacks, but also increases the risk of going berserk. Rage can be increased manually by taking damage. I guess the only thing that I don't like is because I know characters can get gravely wounded, I am not entirely sure how gravely wounded works with Axiom. So in one sense, I think there's a very powerful combo with the extra armor from Terminal and sending Axiom in to rip people apart, but it's really an inconsistent way. How you doing, Ravensdale Publishing? It's good to see you again. I'm interested in these abilities, but they're a little inconsistent with how I've used the team so far. And then there's Claymore. We don't actually have anybody for explosives. We've not used any grenades in our group so far, and I know that explosives can be very useful. So his role, explosives, area of effect, breaching. There's never a red wire, and I'm lucky if there are even wires. So decent health, lowest mobility out of everyone. Shrapnel bomb, agent throws an explosive that detonates after several turns. The explosive does not deal damage through cover and can be targeted to detonate it early. Does not end the turn if used as a first action. So I think the big thing about Claymore, like, probably the most common way I would use Claymore would be to both throw the bomb and explode it right away. But you can sort of see some other situations where maybe I'd get him to throw the shrapnel bomb because I know somebody's in another, in a good initiative position and they're going to be able to realize the destruction on their own. The problem, in my opinion, with that is that essentially what you're doing is you're tying up two characters to be able to so I kind of consider the primary action to be firing your weapon. That's the most effective way to kind of take out people. And so I see either using Claymore to give up a shot to make the shrapnel bomb go off, or one of the other teammates giving up a turn to make the bomb go off. I'm not entirely sure I like the idea of AoE damage enough to like to lock that in as a possibility. So I'm much more interested in the possibilities that relocate opens for us. So welcome to the squad.
The city stashed us.
Hey, Shelter. It's not so bad.
I don't need my psionics to tell you're lying.
Not lying, just morale building.
I'll make do. Anything good to eat?
I saved some chili for you. The Red Bull in the fridge.
Now that's morale building.
All right, what's your story, sir? Old world origin, Chile. Prior to invasion, lived on a farm with his parents, 2 siblings, and extended family. In the 2015 invasion, he was separated from his family, collected and processed into a resettlement camp at 11 years old. In the 2016 to 2034 occupation, exhibited signs of psionic aptitude, dropped into an Advent program studying the capabilities of human-born psions. Fled Advent after being forced to kill dozens of quote-unquote criminals with his psionic abilities. Connected with a resistance group, they brought him on for his agricultural knowledge. He kept his psionic abilities a secret. In the 2035 War for Liberation, Shelter relied on his psionic abilities to defend against a terror attack at 31 years old. You know, no pressure on those of you, you know. How many more years do you have before you can defend against a terror attack? What have you done lately? To present, reluctantly joined XCOM for formal psionic training, transferred to the Reclamation Agency at its inception, requested placement in Chimera Squad at the behest of his fellow agents. Okay, so we got 2 turns before we can get patchwork patched up. I would like to bring Shelter in. Get them trained up early. Alright, so enhanced shotgun, +1 damage for all shot. That will probably also include my fancy new one. I think I'm gonna wait on the... I know I don't have a lot of things to spend my money on right now. But I think I'm going to save the credits. All right.
There's a wasting disease affecting some hybrid populations worldwide. It's known locally as the Fade. Sacred Coil claims they have a cure. Find out if there's any truth to these broadcasts.
All right. I'm just trying to think what... We're actually generally doing okay on the unrest front. I think I said I was going to have to put a little bit of a... I was going to have to kind of work on the fringe for a bit. I mean, as it is, the credits are nice, but I tend to find that I'm short on Illyrium quite frequently, so I'm somewhat inclined towards taking the fringe mission anyway. If you can just bear with me a quick second here, I wanted to double check. Cool. Just got a message from someone. I wanted to make sure it wasn't anything pressing. Normally what I would be doing here is I would be spending some intel to upgrade the rank, but what I really want to be doing with my free field teams is getting them up to level 3, and that basically means these two, it means the switchyard and downtown. It's kind of, or actually I guess the stacks would be the other one. It's a little unlucky that it's kind of finance heavy. I probably would have preferred the ones that give me the extra security points. What I might wind up doing, just as a little bit of a preview, I'm going to upgrade one of the areas with my free field team once I get level 3. But before I get the extra free field team, I spend the intel to upgrade this to level 2 so I can bump it up to number 3. Oh, does anybody want to become famous? Speak now, forever hold your peace. I thought I was already famous. Is this bot trying to say something? Anyways, yeah, so investigate strange device, we get money, contact scavenger market. I have to admit, I have not actually really looked at the scavenger market. It could be I'm missing out on a lot of really cool stuff here, But in addition to the fact that it doesn't aggravate the situation in the Fringe, but it also gives me Illyrium, which I tend to find a little too scarce, I kind of feel like this is the right choice. And again, I'd prefer not to use my free field team to go up to a level 2 upgrade. So in this case, I'm gonna have to settle with the with keeping it at rank 1, where normally I would have boosted it. I am actually going to take a minute here to... Oh, blocking is different from banning. Interesting. So normally I don't want to spend too much time on moderating stuff like that, but I feel like banning... it has to be that if you're banned in multiple communities that Twitch takes a look at you. So anyways, review crime scene. 31 PD called. A suspect fired a restricted weapon after a spirited altercation. They're offering to let us review the crime scene and see if it relates to our current investigation. The connection to our current investigation is tangential, but it provided insight into how our opposition thinks.
The mercenaries you've encountered are from the old Shrike network. City 31 paid them to provide security just after the war. After the formation of 3-1 PD, Shrike was cut loose. By then, they were more of a mercenary outfit than resistance group.
Who's in charge?
It's not that simple. Shrike operates in a loose cell structure. Each cell determines which jobs they're willing to take. Some help guard the city's food supply.
And others are muscle for seriously shady people. So what if we run into more in the field?
They should have the sense to avoid a fight with Reclamation. And if they don't, standard rules of engagement.
All right.
Hybrid citizens surrounded NextGen today in an impromptu protest regarding the Fade. A NextGen spokesperson had this to say.
There is no secret cure for the Fade. We're working as fast as we can, but we have to do this right.
But with 5 confirmed deaths, those who suffer from the Fade are far from reassured.
People are dying. We are dying. Something has to give.
We'll keep you informed of any developments. This is Celio Dash for Channel 37.
I feel like we unnecessarily gained that one city anarchy point, but there's really nothing I can do about it now. So, in very practical terms, there's really no difference between these two missions for me. You know, both of them are at the same unrest level, both have the same... Oh no, actually the tech rank here is a bit better. But before we go on, let's see what the reward is. So we've got an epic pistol, which is good for Cherub, or we have another epic shotgun. Okay, so the funny thing is, I normally would have gone for this one because of the... Now that's interesting. The boosted unrest wasn't on the map before. With near certainty, I would check out the video to verify that. So I would have actually gone for this mission because of the tech bonus. But the idea of a better weapon... I mean, I'm going to have the same problem. I think maybe the way I'm thinking about this too, it's not just the epic pistol. You know, a bunch of nice, you know, a bunch of Illyrium, so the bonus as well as the returns for the mission would be nice. But it seems to me that I have that much more incentive to clear out a problem in the stacks. So, like, I have every reason to prioritize this district anyway. It seems to indicate there's something... Nope. So the next question is, do I want to bring... You know what? I'm going to try bringing Shelter on this one. I'm a little worried about bringing a rookie on a very difficult mission, but I don't think they've ever gone lower than very difficult. So, XCOM HQ learned of an arms dealer intending to supply our opposition with a unique weapon. We should invite ourselves as a concerned third party. So this is probably going to be a little bit of a tougher mission than I would want to do with an unknown character like this. But let's see if we can make some magic happen. All right, why do I have surplus trank rounds? Because I've got Zephyr on the team, right? So I can give you a scope and a hair trigger, but do I want that? You know what? I kind of feel like Godmother is better suited with the hair trigger. I am going to give Shelter the scope, though. Really, what I want is a scope for Zephyr's gloves. And we've got a repel point and a door, so... I mean, I don't see a huge reason to put a bunch of breaching stuff on. Let's go for it.
Special weapon at this location. Hostiles unaware of our approach.
Cool. Everything is good for this one. So, ready for anything. All units through this entrance get plus 50 dodge for 1 round. Surprise. Successful shots on enemy during the breach will stun. Fleet-footed. All units entering here get plus 3 mobility for 1 round. And pinpoint. Successful shots on enemies will crit. So, Godmother goes to the crit for sure. Let's put Shelter in the ready for anything. I feel if it's not going to be Zephyr that gets the extra dodge, I feel it should be the guy who's going to be doing all sorts of other mobility. Let's get Zephyr under fleet-footed, because obviously the ability to move around the environment is the higher goal. And then finally, well, okay, there's one improvement that I could make to this. I'm not going to bother with it, but basically because he's got the scope, a higher probability chance to stun is slightly better, but not enough that I want to, I don't want to make a big deal about it. So I'm also going to put this repel point as number 1. This is one thing I didn't realize when I first played the game, but you can alter the priority in these different moves, which to me seems like a pretty strong advantage. And you know what? I actually kind of like the order that the game reset to.
Breaching! Time to move.
I really love the breach part of the game. All right, this is one of these points where I really wish I had patchwork. A crit is not going to be enough, so let's just take out the turret. I am probably going to dedicate 2 units to the... Alright, so we got a Cobra, a Guardian, and a Purifier. I'm going to take the chance. Alright, well, that's what I get for the risky play. I'm still going to prioritize the Guardian. And yeah, let's kick him in the head. That's going to put Zephyr in an inconvenient spot. Alright, so we got to get some evidence, but let's face it, we're not actually gonna do that. Okay, so this Guardian's moving a lot sooner than I thought they would. The good news is this commando's not really in a position to do much with our current position. So let's just think a little bit about how the turn's gonna play out. So if I run Godmother right up here, she takes out the Guardian. This commando sort of just watches us and is sad. We'll probably throw some smoke somewhere. After that, I get my psionic He can do something about the Hitman, or he can focus on the Purifier. So in practice, I probably get 2 people to worry about the Purifier. The only thing I don't like is... Well, no, Zephyr gets to move before the Cobra, so it's unlikely I'm going to be able to take out the Purifier, but it's not impossible. I am, however, going to prioritize this Guardian, because I really don't want them buffing everyone. Actually, that would probably be the best thing they could do right now, because I know I'll be taking them out. But let's just eliminate that as a problem.
Reinforcements now!
Alright, not great, but I feel that that's given us a little bit of time. Okay, so if I want to relocate, let me just think about what a relocate will get me here. Let's say I switch the Purifier into the position... I'm just trying to think, is there any benefit to me moving... So the question is, do I want to move the Purifier in closer? Yes. Because that gives a slightly better shot for Terminal. It's not the best choice, but I can see this... I can kind of see this doing something for me. So they're behind slightly worse cover than they would have been before, and it also means that Terminal gets a really good shot on them. All right, we did something.
Target weapon in sight.
I'm not too worried about the rookie's weapon getting poked. All right. What I will do, though, I'll get a quick heal in. I don't know if I want to do it. Yeah, I might as well do it on Shelter. Terminal's not in the best spot in the world, especially with the reinforcements coming, but I think at this point we're a little more focused on... Well, okay. I could say somebody gets a free move. Do I really want to do that? I haven't really thought that much about the Cobra. It's also very unlike... Well, Zephyr can do something about the Cobra. Right, that was the original plan anyway. Okay, so let's hope that we can take out the Purifier. The whole reason I relocated him was for the flank, and we got him. So Zephyr probably can't take out the Cobra in one turn, but my hope is that she'll be able to cause some kind of a stun. I could try and do multiple attacks on the Hitman and the Cobra, but I know the Cobra would be able to move afterwards. So we'll do the Crippling Blow. Again, it does leave Zephyr in a somewhat compromised position, but we can still do the parry, and the possibility here is that we get a stun. I don't know if parry will stop a bind, so it might be an idea to sort of run her. Rooted is not a great look. So yeah, the question is, do I run or do I parry? I'm going to parry. It's likely that we're going to take some damage off of this, but I want to... I did want a kind of a confirmation as to what the effect would be. Okay, so Commando in position 2 is going to move. They're most likely going to attack Terminal. I could try and put a stop to that. Yeah, we don't need to worry about the Cobra for a while. So now might be a good time for the run and gun. We're also going to have reinforcements in 2 rounds. So
clearing a path.
Let's make some magic happen. Now this is going to leave me open to the... I don't want to just worry about what's going to happen. So, like, this is where I would have normally moved Godmother, but if I do that, I leave myself open to the Hitman. So, I'm going to assume that this thing auto-kills.
I'm out already?
Okay. So I can reload and take the shot. I could bop the Cobra on the head and let Hitman... Well, you know what? The Hitman I'm not that fearful of, so...
Arrested the hostile.
But I should have reloaded before I did that.
Disabling target weapon.
Alright, inconvenient, but something we can still work with.
Great, I'm out.
Okay, so first things first, let's do a cooperation with if I do a cooperation with Shelter, I can teleport him to a place that... Do I want to get fancy about this, or do I just want to shoot the hitman? Yeah, you know what? Let's just reload and shoot him.
Add my weapon.
That is not a high probability. I'm taking it anyway. Alright, now I think Zephyr gets hit by the Overwatch on this. I'm curious if this counts on the Overwatch or not, because I sort of want her in a position where she can do something with the evidence. Well, let's find out. No. Okay. So that's a safety move. Here we'll parry.
No ammo.
Now, can Godmother finish the job? She doesn't have a run and gun anymore, but she probably can whack him. Yeah. So let's see whether or not the reinforcements count.
Hostile subdued.
Okay, so they still get the reinforcements. That's a little inconvenient for me because we're not in a great position for this, but I feel like we're going to be able to come out mostly okay. So the big questions here, I think we're just going to stand our ground. Let's reload and let her rip. It's an 87 versus a 79. Well, yeah. No real argument for doing anything but take that guy out. Okay, I want to use every part of the buffalo here, so I can't whack somebody with my baton if I heal. I could use cooperation. It's 3-turn cooldown, but I think now is not a bad time for me to be using that. I am less convinced, though, that I'm going to be able to take out the Bruiser in time, though. But there is a chance that I can disable him using Zephyr. The other alternative, okay, so I do a Okay, so I do a cooperation so Shelter can take down the Trooper in position 2. I could do a pin down on the Bruiser. That moves him probably below... Well, it's possible it could move him below Godmother and Shelter. Assuming that that happens, that invites the question of who takes out the Trooper. Nope, I know how I'm doing it. So we give cooperation to Shelter.
Wait for it. Now!
So taking out the Trooper. So we're going to move the Bruiser down. So the idea here is going to be that Godmother can... Godmother is going to... actually, I haven't thought this through. I'm still going for this. Okay, so if I do the crowd control here, that lets me damage both the Trooper and the Bruiser. Godmother can finish... Right, Godmother finishes the Trooper. And then we take out the Bruiser. The drawback, of course, is we may not actually do enough damage to both, but...
I'm running low.
Okay, so weapons unaffected. You get one shot. So there's no scatter shot option for me here, but that's fine. That is a little weird that this table's not granting cover. I wonder if it somehow got destroyed somehow. I will move, assuming that it bestows... No, you know what? If the game tells me it doesn't present cover, then I shouldn't treat it as having cover. It's not a great spot to move, but I feel like I'll at least be able to take out the Trooper from here. And then the hope is that Shelter is going to be able to eliminate the Bruiser. Is there anything I can do to make this a more unfair fight? Not... Well, I can sort of move. I could use a teamwork to move someone up, but let's cross our fingers. Yeah, I'm not feeling super confident about this. Alright, it was enough. So we're a little more damaged than I wanted to be. I've been pretty good at keeping keeping everybody at like the top level, but I just had other opportunities. First impression, first unit through this entrance is guaranteed to land their shot. So that's a Godmother ability. There's only 2 enemies, so I'm actually going to put Zephyr in the early in the initiative on this one. That doesn't mean there's 2 enemies in the encounter. It just means that there's only 2 that'll potentially do that could be aggressive. So I'm fairly confident in my ability to take those guys out. I'm not normally inclined to do well. Yeah, okay. I feel a little weird doing this ordering, to be honest, because I feel like Shelter should be a little more advanced to help up the positioning. But if I put him anywhere other than position 3, it messes with all my other priorities. So.
Breach! Breach! Breach!
Alright, so I'm happy that it's the android that's aggressive. Does Alpha Strike do? Fires a shotgun during the breach and will take their turn. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Alright, so basically everybody gets to pile on the Cobra. That sounds like a mech.
Target in sight.
All right. I'm not gonna lie. I've had better starts. This is a tricky position. The big problem I have with this is that it leaves her so vulnerable to everything else. But I'm going to risk it. I have very few opportunities to do damage to 3 targets like this, so... Alright, what do I want Zephyr to do? I mean, I kind of feel like this is a great opportunity for crowd control. I just need to make sure that she winds up in a spot where she can hide. Ah, crap. I'm just shy of what I need. I'm still going for it, so the problem with this is that it's probably not going to kill. So I need to have a plan for the best reply, and part of that's going to involve the mech. But we'll see where we're sitting after this. Okay. So if I want, I can get... I could just get Shelter to teleport her out and run. This guy's rooted, but he's going to wind up taking out Godmother anyway. So here's how I'm going to fix this. Ah, that is a shame. Okay, so I was thinking I might be able to zip out Zephyr, but because she's not visible, I can't do that. So what we'll do instead, we'll take advantage of the high ground, and I'm going to try and take out at least some of the threats. Although probably whacking them with my baton would have been the better call. All right, that's a lesson for next time. Okay, so the question is whether or not I'm going to be able to heal up Godmother in time. Yes, unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything interesting to the rest of my for the rest of my turn. So
Let the high-tech spray do its work.
I'm not entirely sure putting Godmother in such a compromising position was worth it in the end. Oh, I do get a shot on the purifier, so maybe we'll get lucky.
Low ammo.
Okay. So I think probably now is a good time to be a little more conservative with Godmother. Obviously, I'm going to need to reload at some point. Oh, hair trigger. Lucky me. I'm not going to be able to do that much about it, but I suppose I could do a team up, but we've already got 2 people. We've got 2 people in the lineup who are able to move. Well, when else am I going to use it, right?
Reloaded.
Okay, so this would normally be the point that, you know, I get her to do something like, oh, hang on. Again, I just need a minute to think about this. Is there any argument for me to use Terminal offensively as opposed to just throwing out some cooperation? So I can safeguard Godmother. Let's get that right off the bat. And then I'll do a cooperation on Zephyr so that she can get another opportunity to whack the bad guy. Oh, I hope she has the Yeah, I'm still going to go for it. There's the possibility she may not be able to make it, but I'm pretty sure she's got the distance.
Shattering.
Hit him again! Oh, I guess you have to parry. Hit him again!
Smashing it.
Wow, Godmother doesn't count as gravely wounded. Fair enough. Unique weapon impounded. Today we disarmed our opposition. Even better, we can find good use for the weapon we recovered. Alright, let's see the status of our projects. Due to its geography, Angler's Point was the best part of the city in the occupation days. When food was short, you could catch your dinner. It felt open, despite that ugly city wall in the background. Plus, the Advent patrols weren't as high-strung because it was too central for the Resistance to hit. Stay out of Bugtown, a local's guide to City 31. Verge has finished Unlocked Potential. That means that we can get Patchwork in to recover. We've got the Artful Fathom, -2 Unrest in Angler's Point District. We collected 35 Illyrium and 20 intel earned from capture enemies. Okay, first things first.
The radio station claimed, without evidence, that the Fade was manufactured in City 31. The assertion that Next Gen created the disease was convincing to some residents.
Everything they say makes sense. With the gene therapy clinics shut down, we're as good as dead.
Next Gen issued a firm denial and urged those affected to see a medical professional.
Sudden weight loss, thirst, loss of appetite? The sooner you seek treatment, the better.
This is Celio Dash with Channel 37.
So we're still awaiting one turn for our upgrades. Let's promote Godmother. So, as a senior agent, close combat specialist, Godmother takes a reaction shot at enemies that get too close, requires ammo, or untouchable. If Godmother downs an enemy during their turn, the next attack against them will miss. That's a really interesting one, especially combined with run and gun. So, there's something to be said for close combat specialist with the idea of, you know, being in really tight quarters and having units move by. I kind of like Untouchable, though, because I feel like one of the reasons why I'm more hesitant of things like Close Combat Specialist is I feel like it's like that what I said about Overwatch. Overwatch ultimately gives your enemy the opportunity to decide how you're hitting them, whereas Untouchable is one of these elements where I'm a little bit more in control of the decisions that I'm making. So for instance, if I had Untouchable in that point where I had a really good shot with Godmother, I would have been minimizing the damage that she was taking. And so in this particular case, I feel like Untouchable is the stronger choice for how I'm playing the game. So this is also a point where I would consider putting Verge into the rotation, although I feel like our ability to do damage is a bit compromised with that choice. The thing is I don't want too many elite agents on the lesser missions, because that's just going to put me on the back foot for future missions. All right, nice payday. Again, I can't really spend any of the intel that we got for reasons we've already covered. There's definitely an argument for me to buy up a few more of these items, but I guess the thing I'm most worried about, if you look at it, I've got 195 credits right now, so a scope's going to cost me 80, and it's not like another weapon upgrade is not that far away from me. And so the thing I'm a little worried about is if I start going too crazy about some of these weapon upgrades, I'm going to wake up with a point where I want to get something kind of special, and I'm going to be short on it. So my feeling is that I've been able to get by with what I've got right now, and so, you know, I mean, this is the problem with when I play games. I always keep saving up resources and like never spend them. One thing I do like about Chimera Squad is I generally feel like I need to make some pretty hard choices with my resources. I always feel short on things that I want or need. Now, speaking of money, we could go downtown and deal with bad operators for the cash, or we could do warehouse fire for the intel. I'm kind of focusing intel at the moment because it's able to it's able to sort of extend my reach a little bit, and particularly because we're going to be getting a couple of free field teams, being able to upgrade a few of my level 1 territories would not be terrible. So I think we'll take the warehouse fire in this case. A fire broke out at a city impound facility storing some restricted tech. If we respond immediately, we could help contain the blaze and salvage some valuable materials. So we'll send the APC. Sending the APC to resolve the situation will automatically advance the day. Are you ready to proceed? Oui. 31 PD links this to a string of similar fires. They believe this arson to cover up a burglary. So expert field teams is completed. That's good news. I have some idle agents, obviously.
Your teeth into something delicious? Why not give Burger Palace a try? We have everything you need to fill your belly, or bellies, depending on your species. Our mouth-watering patties are grown from a kelp-derived protein base designed to appeal to everyone.
All right, so
approval from the Global Truth and Reconciliation Commission, you can find us in most city centers. Burger Palace. New name, new location, same great taste.
Tricky decisions to make. Because I really like the extra intel I get from this, but the fringe, taking that down by 2 is a high priority to me. So I think I am going to upgrade the stacks. This is just because I know I'm going to want to deal with the riot there. So take the free upgrade. Should you wish to improve this technology field team to rank 3, you have 1 field team that will be spent in place of the normal cost of 120. Yes. So next up, I need to decide which areas I'm upgrading to level 2. So Renova Heights is a top priority on this one. It's a cheap intel cost, and I know I'm going to be getting a free team on the next turn anyway. So this is a pretty clear choice. Next question. I feel like I'm going to be going after the fringe, so this is also a pretty obvious level 2 upgrade. The question would be, well, I don't have enough for the 120. So then it would be Highland Square or Highland Square, Anglers Point, or Riverside, assuming that I can. Nope. Yeah, I'm 5 intel short. Okay, that's fair. Now, if I want, I can reduce district unrest, and I can also do some quarantines. So, extra situation rewards, reduce city anarchy. Lower city anarchy by 1, +1 if rank 2 field teams are present in every district, +2 if rank 3 field district. Okay. I'm gonna run with that just so I can have it on cooldown. I'm just trying to figure out what my next few days are going to look like. Let's try a quarantine on Renova Heights. And normally I would like vigilance to be... Oh crap, I should have paid attention to that. That gets me 2 free days. I really should have paid attention to that. Okay, I might wind up regretting this. I'm gonna get a quick run on the stacks, and I'll take care of the fringe. So the problem here is that switchyard goes up to 3. If I hadn't locked in some of those other abilities, I actually would have done the Old Town mission, because getting a couple extra days on the mission would have been pretty good. But I do have a job for assembly, so allows 2 agents to be assigned to assembly duty. That's pretty good given the fact that I have a bit of a surplus of idle agents. And even if I do put people in, yeah, if I put people in training, I'm at a point here where I can start getting some bonuses. So the question is, do I want another turn where I'm not upgrading? Okay, actually, here's the question. Because I know I'm not going to be rushing the investigation right now, I have 3 days, and so I want to be making decisions around what the 3 days are going to take me. All right, and as it turns out, all these master-crafted stuff takes a fairly long time. So, with that in mind, I will build the improved assembly. I am going to have an idle agent. There's nothing I can really do about that. But it does mean that I'm going to be able to make the most of my agents as time goes by. So again, it's a little bit of a shame that I wasn't paying attention to this, but I'll deal with the situation I put myself into, and that means dealing with the fringe. And we'll get a little bit of extra cash for it. We should also be able to upgrade another... Well, we should normally be able to upgrade another district, but I want to make sure I get my next level 3, which is obviously going to be Renova Heights, because I know I'm going to be doing a mission there. So, solid copy. Hostiles captured a 31 PD dispatcher leaving work. Commissioner Maloff requested our help, or maybe Malouf requested our help. 90 credits, -2 unrest in the Fringe District, and 30 intel. And I need to make some items available. Do I really want Verge with the hair trigger? Why not? I seem to remember Verge was actually very strong. It's just been a while since I've used him.
Friendly VIP confirmed on site.
Alright, rear guard. Last unit through this entrance gets +1 armor for the encounter. So that's going to be for Zephyr for sure. So let's get... So normally I'd want to put Verge high up, but in this case I want an idea in terms of what kind of aggression we're dealing with. So this will seem a little weird, but I think I'm actually going to put Terminal at the start. Yeah, man, I feel really weird about this choice, and yet I feel like this is the right way to go. Because I definitely want Zephyr to get the bonus armor, and I want Verge to be my last-minute defense against aggression.
It's go time.
This doesn't necessarily give me a... Okay, we just have one guy we're worried about. It's just a commando. You know what? I think I'm gonna make my life a little easier, and we're gonna take out the Guardian. Okay, so knowing the choices that I've made, we're now going to do levitation on this commando. So that eliminates his aggression. And so we get to pick who we take some fisticuffs with. I could try and take out the commando right away. I could chip down the mech. Yeah, you know what, let's do some chip damage on the mech, because I actually think that's going to be a fairly high priority target for me. The Cobra is probably going to be Cobra's going to be a bit of a drag, but I feel like I have other ways of working with this.
I see the VIP. Rescue and recover.
All right, so I've got a mech and a purifier both moving right away. Well, that's exciting. So who do I want to drag up the chain first? Let's do that with Verge. Verge is going to give me some options. Curious if I can get away with 3. I can. Oh, yes, but it puts her in a tough spot. And she won't be moving until much, much later. Then again, neither will those other 2 guys. I gave her that extra armor for a reason. Okay. Feeling not too bad about that, to be honest. So, last question. Do I want to try and do something about... No, actually, the best option for me right now... Hey, the Eyes of Sin, it's lovely to see you. How you doing? What I'm going to do here, I'm actually going to do the shot on the mech because I have the automatic damage on it. The snake folk's taken a little bit of a rest. I think I've got her in training right now, the Eyes of Sin, but thank you for asking. We are, however, rescuing a snake folk. Okay, so first thing I want to do is throw a stupor on the commando. This might get us some tempo, and if nothing else, it'll give me a better shot against them. Glorious. Okay, so we've just got some time. Now I could do a mind flay as well, but I feel that that's not my strongest move to be making right now. I think taking some shots is my best option. So who are the people who are currently threatening Zephyr? Both position 4 and position 5 move before. So maybe I just want the highest expected damage. I could also just blow up all the cover. Yeah, that's dealing damage to 2 people. The problem with that is... Well, no, we know this guy isn't moving. No, but the purifier still goes, so I don't have anything I can do to do damage to this. Ugh. That was close to being good. But what I think I'm going to do here... I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I'm a slightly better shot now and go after the guy who's behind the cover. Nice. Oh, and the hair trigger. Okay. Well, now I feel it's irresponsible if I don't blow stuff up. Oh, it's poison. Okay. Alright, Shelter. Show me what you can do. Hang on, didn't we take out that trooper? Oh no, the trooper's stunned. No, the other guy was stunned. Okay, I feel like I did something silly with my reasoning. So I think we'll just do the higher okay, neither of these guys are a particularly attractive target, so what I'm going to do is I will relocate the purifier so I can get a good flank on the trooper. Oh crap, I forgot about the Cobra. And, you know what, I still prefer cover, so I'll take the 70% chance rather than the guaranteed damage. Alright, Disoriented did the trick. I kind of need to hope I get lucky with the Cobra here. I think Disoriented's going to do what I need. But I do get the parry. Nice. Okay, so obviously the AI made some choices that that made my life a little easier. I will take advantage of a quick safeguard on Zephyr.
Need a little help? As long as it can keep up.
Where did this idea of me liking the snake people come from?
Another caller for the medic.
I don't think that required a whole lot of explanation. So I'll try and get a stupor on the Cobra just because I can.
My mind over yours.
You strike me as a man who appreciates the sexy slither of a female snake. Thank you, Barry White. And in this case, we can do just a quick mind... Maybe not a mind flay on myself? Oh, am I not able to shoot at this guy? Why does it... Why does it damage me? Anyway, I think I'll take the 92% chance with these odds. Alright, and apparently we need to secure the dispatcher still, so come with me if you want to live.
Be quick about it.
Oh, reinforcements. Okay, this will be fun. Well, this is the dispatcher, so... But the reinforcements don't come for 2 rounds, so we'll just run him over open ground. I think that's a he. Let's verify. Does that look like a he face or a she face? No, that still looks like a lady. Kind of. Alright, again, I'd like to dodge the poison if I can. Chalk hasn't seen enough hentai as far as I'm aware to have developed any monster girl fetishes yet. You would be correct. I feel secure enough
Gotta get moving.
in the position that I think we can evac everyone.
Not much ammunition.
Okay, dispatcher's definitely on their way out. By the way, guys, I know this isn't the best link to to give the Eyes of Sin, but the Eyes of Sin does occasionally broadcast on Twitch. She is an absolute sweetheart, and longtime viewers will know that she has created the emotes that I use. System 1 HMM is the one you get for the $5 subscription, and that was one that she basically did entirely on her own. I actually tend to notice the more feedback I give her, the less inspired the emotes are, and that is not a statement on her abilities, because I'm actually very happy with all of them. But one of the things that's so funny is that, for me at least, she does an incredibly good job of finding the things that I didn't know I wanted. But on top of that, she does do art for a living. And so if you have your own channel, I mean, I always like pointing out that streamers are getting a little bit of a benefit of the fact that more people are spending time on their channels. I think most people have probably seen an increase in terms of their viewership. And one of the ways that, you know, I've been hoping to sort of pass that on has been through trying to give some work out. So I will let you know that I actually have some emotes. I've been sitting on them for a while, actually. But she has done some extra emotes for me. And for those of you who are considering some emotes, her commissions, it's usually best if you just send it over to her Twitter, which I believe that is the... Oh, sorry, I got that wrong. Not that link. That link. She also does just art on its own, but I tend to find Twitch channels tend to benefit a lot from her art. I will actually say she does voice acting as well, but unfortunately there has been some technical difficulties that have kept her from being able to do that for the next little while. But she has done it professionally. She did for instance, the voiceover for the Horizon Zero Dawn board game Kickstarter. But on top of that, she also has a Ko-fi account, and unfortunately, Sin, I don't have your... Or maybe it's linked on your Twitter. Yes, it is. For those of you who maybe don't have need for a commission for her, I will encourage you guys to check out her Ko-fi page. There's two reasons for that. One, that's a nice chance to see her lovely work, and you can just appreciate it on its own for what it is. But on top of that, if you do have the means, it's a chance to support her for a small amount. And I'd love it if you guys would consider doing that, because, I mean, I do my best to support her as much as possible. But obviously, if we collectively spend a small amount supporting the people who create good art, it's a very, like I said, it's a small amount for us. It's something that for most people, I think we wouldn't necessarily miss. But collectively, it means that the people who create the art that makes the world a little bit of a nicer place to live in are able to be supported and do what they do. Anyways, that was a really long pitch, but as you can tell, the Eyes of Sin is a very valued and I think a very talented individual. So. All right, dispatcher recovered. The dispatcher doesn't know what they wanted. Still, Commissioner Malouf is grateful for the assist. Terminal Zephyr, Shelter, and Verge all came out unharmed. I think that's the first in a while that we've had a kind of a perfect mission. 4 rounds to complete, 1 encounter, 1 enemy killed, 5 captured, and we get 20 intel for the trouble. Yeah, no problem. I mean, it's hard. It's hard. I really don't like asking people for money, but I think it's very easy to treat, particularly your art, because like I get to look at your Ko-fi page all the time. You know, it's easy for me to kind of consider art like news. And of course, a lot of news organizations now are really putting efforts into making sure that there is a proper paywall up and that you do need to support that. And I feel like artists don't always have those mechanisms available because each artist is too busy, doing their commissions and trying to move forward. And so I try to position it in as, I try to kind of present context in terms of these things, because I know the conversion rates for these kinds of things are very low. But obviously, if there can be someone who, contributes to the coffee who wouldn't have otherwise, I kind of hope that stuff adds up. From the archives, by 2042, the district known as the Fringe will undergo a 3-year transformation into Garland Park, a mixed commercial residential zone with full xenoscaping. Until then, enjoy authentic extraterrestrial cuisine at local establishments. Caution, for your own safety, please avoid the district's quarantine zone. City 31 Tourism Council. Torque has completed the recruitment drive. Patchwork has completed, training, but in reality it's, it's curing the grievous wounds. And net 50 intel for our efforts. So I get a free field team again. This, of course, is why we were spending all that intel before, because I know that I'm going to be doing a mission in Renova Heights. Actually, I have a few options available to me right now. But I do think I'm going to take the free field team in Renova. And with my extra intel, I think the first priority should be trying to get these level 1 districts up to level 2 ones. So I've only got 30 that I'm working on right now. So let's go back. Let's just double check where we're at with everything else. Shelter's got a promotion. So promotion to rank deputy agent has unlocked Dazzle. Shelter launches a psionic blast that disorients all enemies near the breach point. Targeted enemy is disoriented for an extra turn. 1 use per mission. So obviously there's still more training that we need for this guy. But let's start by seeing what we have available. So we've got basic conditioning for Godmother, Patchwork, right? Terminal. We could get the extra utility slot. I feel like that's a long time coming. All right. I like Zephyr, but at some point we need to boost her. Yeah, so it's Zephyr's turn for some working out. Unfortunately, I think this means we lose out on Zephyr for the big job. I definitely want Patchwork back in the team. I may want to change the lineup a little bit. So I suppose the better question is, who am I willing to not have for the next few turns? And as much as I hate to say it, I kind of think Torque did such a good job on that last recruitment drive. I think I'm going to assign her again. Let's just get a quick idea about how many districts we can upgrade to level 3. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we've got 4 districts ready to upgrade to a level 3. I think it's worth it, to be completely honest. So this might invite the question, if I find Torque so useful on so many missions, like, why am I throwing her into Spec Ops? And the big thing is that the reason why I find Torque useful is for the crowd control and bind and whatnot. And at the moment, I have a team that doesn't get the same kind of benefit. So for instance, the whole reason I got Shelter was because he seems to sort of synergize quite well with Godmother, who can sort of take advantage of the positioning and really blow people away. Torque is a good agent, but is not necessarily the one that I need right now given my current lineup. And particularly against stuff like androids and that. I don't know if you can bind androids. So I think in this case we are going to put Torque. So like one thing I could say, it's like, okay, well, who are the people that I'm potentially going to put into Spec Ops? There is actually kind of an argument for saying that Cherub goes to Spec Ops because I've had him sitting in assembly for a really long time. No, but I kind of want the option of a big shield if it comes down to it. So yeah, I like my original reasoning. We'll put Torque in for a recruitment drive. Besides, because the number of people who've shown that they're horny for snakes, you know, Torque is a very good recruiting tool. So I don't really need to worry about the team right now, seeing as we're just going to be doing a situation. I can take advantage of the dragnet. I suppose I can finally find out what's in the scavenger market, but because I did say I want to be focusing on intel, I think what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to get a cool 140. What? I guess the way that works then is I just click the district that I want the points from and then it gives it to me. Fair enough. I mean, we're locked into it now, right? So, locate the missing informant. One of 31 PD's informants has gone missing. Providing them with access to our more sophisticated tracking equipment could help narrow the search. For some reason, I thought it like doubled. Obviously, that would be ridiculously powerful if that did. So I'm sure I probably just misunderstood. Sorry, I've got an alert here saying that I have a bank appointment in 2 hours. I'm pretty sure no bank in the world is is going to be open at 2 o'clock in the morning. That would be amazing for me, but I'm pretty sure they mean 2 in the afternoon. So to find out how poor I am. Karn says, join Chimera or don't. I don't care. You'll probably just die in some stupid way. All right, one of 31 PD's informants has gone missing. Providing them with access to a more sophisticated tracking equipment would help them narrow their search. I'm actually sitting on quite a bit of Illyrium, so I'm going to change... Well, no, I don't want Highland Square to go up in its... At some point, I'm going to need to check out this market, but...
We want everyone to enjoy our food. That's why we've kept it simple. It all starts with our patties, ranked a 7 on the cross-species consumability index. But that's not good enough for our customers, so we inject each patty with a flavor bulb of your choice. When it fully gestates, you're ready to see how we turn each 7 into a 10. Burger Palace. New name, new process, same great taste.
I really like these ads. Okay, so Black Hat Crackdown seems like the most appealing for the Illyrium. Neonate chrysalids are a bit of a worry. I don't think I've seen a reflex grip before, but I'm not sure a reflex grip is the sort of thing that I want to get for Unrest 4. Now, here's a couple of ways I'm thinking about this mission. In one sense, you could say, okay, there's chrysalids coming up. This might be a big deal. Advent Burger just hasn't been the same since Soylent Green was outlawed. I'm very happy you stopped by, Karn. I'm actually technically at the time where I'd be finishing for tonight. I know the Eyes of Sin, I said I wanted to show you something around now. If you're not able to wait that long, I completely understand. But I think it'd be really fun if I'm going to do this mission, and let's see if we can do the main one. If that's okay, I hope you don't mind. If you... Oh man, I'm really putting it on to you now. You can DM me and let me know if you're... Or Discord me and let me know if I'm fine. I shouldn't have done that, because if I say no, then everybody's going to be like, oh, why'd you pull him away? I hope you don't mind. I will make it up to you if I did something bad. So, because we know there's going to be chrysalids coming in, you can sort of say, okay, well, we need to bring in Godmother because she's got the shotgun and she knows how to put those vicious alien monsters to bed. But I'm doing this as somewhat of a precautionary move. So if you take a look at who's going to be coming online, we're going to have definitely have Godmother, and then we'll also have Cherub available. So these are two people who are actually not bad to have in reserve for a big important mission. So in this case here, while I might get some of my, my new recruits a little scuffed up, I think this is not a bad time to get the job done. Okay, CityWorks trace recent traffic control hacks to a group of armed hostiles in the district. Destroy their equipment before they cause more accidents. So, Patchwork's got to get the tranq rounds and the extra padding. I will admit I'm a little surprised that she's not able to equip something. I just want to double check that there isn't some... Ooh. Just want to double check that I'm not missing out something that's, like SMG specific or something. I guess I didn't, like, both of them are SMGs and ARs. Oh, that's weird that actually turned out that way. Yeah, let's just run with it.
Device located. Destroy that target.
I forgot to check how many encounters there are, but it should tell me in the next little bit. Oh, 1 of 1. Okay. Enemies deal +1 damage during the breach. Now, I'm actually not that worried about that. Because there are 2 targets. Last unit through this entrance will receive an extra action point. Okay. So here's how I'm playing this. Shelter... Patchwork, Terminal, oh sorry, yeah, Terminal, Verge. So the reason I want Verge to get the extra action point is because he's going to, okay, there's 2 things that I have an advantage of here. We've only got 2 targets. So what's great about that is it's pretty likely that we're going to be able to deal with that on our own. But on top of that, if we wind up in a situation where we still have an aggressive enemy, Verge is still going to be able to use his special ability to deal with the problem. So we'll drop combat scanners to give us the extra to hit, and I'm mildly curious if I switch term. Oh. Okay, yeah. Right, this is the order I want to do things. So again, I don't think it's likely. It says agent damage likely. I don't really believe this because not only do I have 4 agents focusing on 2 targets, I have an agent who is able to lift up one of those targets and eliminate their advantage. And then on top of that, the reason why I wanted to give him Helping Hand is so he can use a bunch of psionic abilities all at the beginning. Let's see if it pays off. Alright, only 1 aggressive. So with Dazzle, Shelter psionically disorients all nearby enemies. Targeted enemy is disoriented for an extra turn. He's probably going to be dead. So let's just deal with the aggressive guy first. Alright, a pity we couldn't finish the job. I think let's just focus on the task at hand. And then if we can finish off the Cobra, so much the better. Cool. No point in doing the special ability. Alright, those chrysalids are going to be a bit of a... Ooh, and a necromancer. Okay. This is definitely going to be a bit of a... It was going to be a bit hair-raising for a minute. I'm going to start with a team up on Verge. This is so that I can get Verge to drop a bunch of psionic abilities on people. This is a pretty cool song. Oh wow, we're surrounded. And that's a real chrysalid. Okay, that's fine. I'm still getting him to do big, bold plays. Alright, let's make some people stupid. Or stupid.
Give me your mind.
Nice. Alright, so this neonate chrysalid is the next one in the queue to move. Okay, only stunned for 1 turn, so that's not quite going to do what I need. Now, I was kind of hoping to do a subdue on the Necromancer. I didn't really check to see the distance, but I do have some extra... I do have a little extra aim, so we should still be able to seal the deal. Nice. Okay, so the nice thing now, of course, is I get to free up the rest of the team to deal with the threats. So the jolt isn't enough to finish the job. So it seems to me we just open fire on the. So this is the chrysalid I want to be working on because it can move next round. Nice. So let's see whether or not Terminal's going to be able to do anything about this guy. Ah, you know what a better option is? Let Verge become a super soldier. You're kidding me. That's such a good round for him. I need to remember to do more cooperation on Verge. And then we just do a subdue on the chrysalid because punching a chrysalid in the face is awesome. This is ridiculous. Okay, so let's hope we can get rid of the contraband storage before the reinforcements show up.
Low on ammunition.
Low or empty? Does it really not give me any way to see how much ammo I have? I feel like that's a mistake.
Repositioning.
You'll make it.
Alright, well, that's that. Traffic control. That equipment was hidden in plain sight. City Works passes along their thanks to, for you keeping the roads safe. Should make that like a highlight video or something. Alright, 55 Illyrium, reduction in unrest in the Riverside District, 20 intel from captured enemies. Did we interrogate the chrysalid? If you haven't been to Riverside, you owe it to yourself to experience City 31's most popular district, according to What's Fun 31 2040 edition. Take a riverboat dinner cruise, explore the historic shops untouched by the occupation, or dance the night away at over a dozen clubs. City 31 Tourism Council. Alright.
Sacred Coil has no cure for the Fade. They're using a public health crisis to increase their recruitment. Put an end to their lies. Show City 31 what they really are. Killers, fearmongers, and opportunists.
All right, so we've got the improved assembly. Now, we had such a good round with that. What's the difficulty ranking on this one? Still says very difficult. Hybrids reported a sacred coil cell moved into their apartment building and effectively took it over. They want nothing to do with Sacred Coil, but need our help in dislodging this occupation. Let's send Sacred Coil an eviction notice. So yeah, the question now is, do I bring the A team, or do I get some extra training in? I kind of feel like at least bringing Godmother in place of Shelter is the right call. I like Shelter, but I feel like Godmother brings a little more to the table right now. So now normally when I play XCOM, I put a lot of priority into weapons. In this case, I'm actually going to be putting a little bit more into armor, and this is just because I have a fairly even division between assault rifles and machine guns. I have only one character that uses a pistol right now. Armor is going to go across the entire team. So at this point here, I kind of want to take advantage of that early. And then I'll probably do assault rifles, submachine guns, shotgun. Well, actually, I might prioritize shotguns because Godmother really does a lot of... No. Actually, it should be assault rifles, then machine guns, then shotguns, then pistols. But obviously, I'm committing myself to quite a few turns of investment on that. Hybrids reported a sacred coil cell moved into their apartment building and effectively took it over. They want nothing. Right, we've already read that.
Won't always overwhelm a hostile force. Nearby hostiles may rush in to back up their allies.
Well, we've noticed.
Should a hostile force push back, hold steady until you've dealt with their reinforcements.
I don't really feel compelled to bring extra breaching material. So... Although somebody does have a breaching charge, so I should probably be maybe a little more thoughtful about that. Let's say, Patchwork is the least likely to be firing her weapon. So I think, but yeah, Verge already gets the... This is actually a really hard division for me to do. Terminal does damage without hitting, so... I don't really need the scope for her. Patchwork is going to wind up doing more damage with her gremlin than anything. So I guess by process of elimination, I put the scope on the Lonely Herald, but the fact of the matter is Godmother's usually just going to be running in and taking people out anyway. So, hey, Apocalypse! Great to see you again. Guys, for those of you who don't know Apocalypse, we hosted her... for Chimera Squad, but I have had a chance to stop by and check out the channel on other occasions, and as we learned, I mean, this is the really nice thing. It's always a bit of a roll of the dice when you host a stranger's channel, which sounds like the worst thing in the world to say to somebody who's just came into the channel. It's like, I didn't really know about you when I first saw you. But it was really pleasant to meet Apocalypse, and it's I'm very happy how sort of a random number, effectively, not exactly a random number, but basically random chance gets me in touch with cool little channels like this. Apocalypse is an incredibly warm and active channel. I rather like the fact that she sort of has a tendency, a bit like me, to enjoy going deep on topics that are completely unrelated to the game, but not in like a completely, just hit the just talking. I know some people think I should just hit the just talking button, but I feel like she maybe does a decent job of finding the balance between the two while really letting the personality shine through, and it is definitely a personality worth checking out. So please do feel free to hit the button. It makes me nervous too. Yeah, well, it's like, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to say who it was, but I had someone who was incredibly nice in the channel. They were like kind of a super fan sort of person, and I knew that they streamed. So I saw them stream, and like the problem with this one was like I really talked them up on the basis of the way that they were behaving in chat, and like when I got them in, like they were going on a legit anti-Semitic rant, like they were a bit drunk and they were just kind of saying the sort of stuff that maybe if they were a little more guarded they weren't. It was like full-on conspiracy theory sort of, we all know who really runs the world sort of stuff. And like I was mortified because like it was a fairly big host that I did too, and I just spent the time talking about like what a great guy this is. So I immediately had to pull the host and whatnot. So it's like you make that mistake once, and I'm a little more careful now. Basically, I will talk about people's conduct in chat, and I will limit it to that. And if it's somebody I've seen, I will talk about what I've seen. And that was definitely that was a pretty brutal moment. And I think I credit the chat with not burdening me with the sins of that particular streamer, but that's kind of it makes the end of the night host of a strange channel a little more exciting. So, and that was the last time Chalky ever hosted you. No, this was like a couple of years ago, Uncle Cranky. But yeah, actually, I do this in the wrong order because
claimed these apartments as territory. The hybrid residents disagreed. Take down this glorified protection racket. The people who live here deserve better than sacred.
I love some of these beer
Hostile
posters.
Civilian presence. Confirm all hostiles. Engage with caution.
I also really like. I kind of wonder how this game did the scripting for the different characters' reactions to certain environments. I do this in the wrong order because Uncle Cranky's been here since the very beginning. And of course, the problem with him coming in early is that his shout out gets like all of 2 people who already are following him. So we were also, so Uncle Cranky, I'd say is probably best defined, The Sims. Uncle Crank is probably best defined as a variety and retro streamer. He did do some Chimera Squad, but he's already beaten the game, so he's probably on to greener pastures. As I mentioned, I saw him playing Mega Man previously. He's also an Australian, currently in New Zealand. Lives in New Zealand. And so if you find that you keep visiting my channel right around the time that I'm wrapping up, he's a really good streamer to watch for that. Obviously, we've already mentioned Apocalypse, so please do check her out. She's been doing Chimera Squad most recently, but has... Actually, what was really interesting was it wasn't just the chat that I had with Apocalypse about other games that she's played, but what's really interesting is it kind of seems like the games that Apocalypse plays off stream is similar to me. So like I love first person shooters and I very rarely do them on stream, and the conversation sort of seemed to indicate that, so that was just a delight for me. On top of that, I don't know if he's still around, but Azure Wind is primarily an XCOM streamer. So if you want to learn how to get better at the game, if you want to see somebody play the game at a high level, if you just want to see a guy who's good for an interesting chat and can really go deep on how games like this work, and particularly his thoughts, because they're not necessarily always positive about the game. Like, he definitely doesn't have a problem saying where he thinks things can be improved, and I think unlike a lot of game sort of rhetoric where people just wind up, making these really broad statements about games without thinking about the overall effects, I tend to find that Azure Wind is very thoughtful about his sort of his critique, and even if I disagree with them, they sort of make me sit down and think about why the game looks the way that it is. So he's been doing Chimera Squad. He's also been doing sort of an ultra hard mode run through XCOM 2. And then finally, The Eyes of Sin, again, she only streams occasionally, but I did mention that she is the person responsible for the emotes that I love so much, and there will be a few more coming in. She is available for commissions, and even if you don't want a commission, you can definitely check her out for her lovely art, either on her Twitter account, twitter.com/theeyesofsin, Or you could also, oh sorry, not the Eyes of Sin, twitter.com/Eyes of Sin, or you could check out her Ko-fi page, even if you don't wind up supporting, although I do encourage you to do that if you have the means. You can just enjoy her lovely art. So that's my big batch of shout-outs for all of you. So those of you who came in later, please follow those people. They're worth it. All right, let's think a little bit about how we're going to do this encounter. All non-aggressive enemies guarding this entrance are surprised. First unit through this entrance gets +1 armor for the encounter. And then enemies deal... This is the lame one. Like, I want enemies to do 0 damage. So I'm somewhat inclined... The only thing I'm worried about the main door is there might be differences between the two... the enemies that appear here. So let's say Godmother has to have the explosive entrance. I'm also going to put her first. Who gets the extra armor? I guess Patchwork, although I'm a little worried about this choice. And then... I think I'm going to put Terminal in the final position because I want the options for healing. And then I should be able to... Ah! Well, you know what? If that's how they're going to be... I want her combat scanners. So Verge is my sort of escape. I mean, +1 armor isn't the end of the world. Or losing the +1 armor isn't the end of the world. I hope somebody makes a mod where you play as the Kool-Aid Man when you breach. All right. I hate the android more. This is going to be a hard one. It's not dead yet. Really, I have a pretty clear idea. For me, Verge is, in my opinion, the clear role for Verge is you get tempo through the stuns, and then you turn him into a lethal killing machine with the extra aim that you get. That's always been the really Kool-Aid Man is already in the game. His name is Axiom. Good point. Yeah, so maybe what the mod is you just make Axiom the Kool-Aid Man. Yeah, exactly. Apocalypse has got it. Like so the first, like what you do is you get all of the aim. So you get a bunch of aim bonus for adding people to the neural network. You're able to do some pretty devastating single target damage as a result of that move, and then on top of that, sorry, I just need a minute to think. On top of that, like once you've got a bunch of people in your net, then you just mind flay them, and chances are the mind flay is going to be happening a little bit later in the encounter. So if you build with that in mind, what you get to do is you get to you basically get to how do I put this? You can soften up the enemies, and that way the mind flay just takes out 3 people on the turn. You kept feeling keeping people around for the benefits of the network was dangerous. Yeah, I mean it's a balancing act. Like you kind of need to think about the positioning, but I tend to like it, especially because if you get lucky with the stuns, it works well. All right, so we'll take advantage of the run and gun here. This is a dangerous position to have her, but at this point I really want to get rid of the Guardian. Something in Patchwork with her bot should be enough to... Oh, well, thank you for that free turn. So Patchwork really needs to deliver here. I'm not sure if the Gremlin's going to be able to do enough on the charging jolt, though. Okay, let's hope. Yeah, it's a straight 4 damage, so I can also take advantage of a move if I want. You know, I'm just as happy with where she's at right now. So chaining jolt on the Guardian it is. Zephyr, Cherub, Torque, and Terminal. Nice. It's a little close to what I've been running with, but Torque's doing a lot of glad handing. Apparently, there's a lot of people on the internet who are horny for snakes, so I I decided that she'd be particularly good at recruitment. All right. I think gaining the tempo on the Purifier here is the first order. So if I'm lucky, the Stupor will be for 2 turns. I don't know for sure, but let's try it.
Your thoughts are mine.
All right, it was not. So if I wanted, I could try the Mind Flay. The other thing I could try, it's a little bit of a risky move, but I could try the Battle Madness on the Commando and hope that he shoots his ally, but it's also possible he goes for... it's also possible that he goes for Godmother. In this case, I'm actually going to roll the dice because it does add him to the neural network, which will make him a bit stronger for the next round. Yes. All right, let's see who he shoots. Nice. So Godmother's still in trouble, but... Oh.
Crap, I have to move!
Okay, so, I didn't want to have to do this, but I am going to protect my people, so we're going to...
I set him up, you knock him down.
Got to get Patchwork out of the danger zone. It's not the safest place, but there really isn't any safety move at this point. So, and then obviously I need to get Terminal out of the danger as well. Yeah, well, we kind of saw that coming.
Put out that fire.
All right, so let's steal. So the Berserk guy is going to be shooting next. I think I want to try and take out position 7 Purifier. Yeah, I screwed it up.
That fire's too close.
All right, I'm going to risk the extra damage. I want Patchwork doing some damage. I want Patchwork doing some damage on targets of opportunity. So I think in this case I'm going to go for a good old-fashioned subdue. Boot to the head.
Target is under arrest.
So this does mean she's going to be taking some fire damage, but I've got Terminal to help me out with that. Now if I want, I can just Mind Flay, and that gets rid of the Purifier over the edge here. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else that I can do. Oh, also, yeah, this ends the turn. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else that I can do. Not really, because everything's already in the neural network, so we'll do Mind Flay. I'm really weirded out by that apparent 3 damage that it does. Let's see whether or not that actually happens. All right. So priority number 1 is to get Safeguard on Terminal.
Let's get your insides back inside.
I like
Good.
that line.
That's good.
And then Oh, I'm actually quite surprised that I'm able to subdue, so... Boot to the head and 1 more for the husband. All right, so, I mean, that could have been done cleaner, but we're not...
Sacred Coil turned this workshop into a weapons lab. They're using the residents as forced labor.
It's not just weapons. There's some specialized tooling here. Don't know what it's for.
Again, I'm really curious what the effects are for having certain characters on your... having certain characters on your team for this. Oh, this is really interesting. So, like, this is just the I'm a big baby and I don't want to deal with hard problems versus the we're total rock stars and we're gonna, you know, gonna come in guns blazing. I do want Terminal for her heal. Okay, so I guess Verge goes in first. I'll put Patchwork early on. Again, combat scanners is a nice one to have. I'm taking Terminal for her refresh, and then Godmother's the one who I want to... I mean, XCOM definitely... like, Chimera Squad definitely helped with the pain of losing enemies. And I think they did it in an interesting way, right? Because, you know, this is about police, and you can have, like, the dramatic moment of, don't you die on me, Torque! You know, that sort of stuff. So I think they do it well. But I just think it is in the nature of XCOM to really, like, make you think about the consequences of the, you know, the decisions that you're making. In this case here, I'm just saying that, you know, we're just such a bunch of badasses that we're going to kill all of the aggressive guys. So let's see if my confidence is well placed.
We shall move in.
That doesn't look so bad.
Nice camera work there. Oh God, we're dead! No. Alright, what are we up against? That mech is going to be a bit of a pain. So is the android. Alright, let's risk it. I know that Godmother's guaranteed to hit. Okay, good. Ooh, bad luck. So we're definitely taking damage this turn. There's nothing I can do to stop it. Physician, heal thyself. Alright, I definitely want to make life difficult for that Guardian. Not difficult enough. Well, okay, so the question is, do I want to shoot bullets at the Guardian? He's going to take his turn anyway, so... Although I can use teamwork to throw someone up. Yes. Oh, but she gets one action, right? No, sorry, she gets her full turn right at the top. So again, I'm back to the question, do I let the roll of the dice of Battle Madness make this commando do something regrettable? Or do I try and do the chip damage on the Guardian? I'm actually worried enough about what the Guardian's going to do to a large number of enemies. Let me just make sure I don't have... Yeah, so the Guardian's the only one who's going to be applying those buffs, so I think it is worth... I'll take the potential damage from the Commando, knowing that we'll be able to take out the Guardian. Alright, so I am... Oh, I don't have run and gun. I was really hoping I'd be able to run in and do a fancy scatter shot. I do sort of still have it available. Who moves next? Patchwork would move next. God, this is such a scary spot to put Godmother. I'm gonna try and split the difference. I'm not 100% sure this is gonna work, but let's try it.
Cover me.
This is either gonna be really brilliant or really stupid.
Go on, get out of here.
She did it for the civilian. Glorious. All right. So I've not encountered a Ronin before. We're clearly not going to be able to do anything about it. The turret is actually in a very convenient spot for me in the fact that they're not really going to be able to do anything. So this is one of these times where I'm a little worried about the mech, but I think... Oh, it's a 63% chance. No, discretion's the better part of valor. Let's just do a chaining jolt and... Yeah, let's just, we'll do this by the book.
Blowing some fuses.
The terminal's a little out of position, but otherwise we're okay for any retaliation.
Disabling the prey's weapon.
Neat. I recall run and gun being a great ability on the Ranger when I did XCOM 2, and I think I named the Ranger for Chalky. How serendipitous. You chose well, sir. Alright, I don't think I have a flank. Yeah, I don't. I do still like the idea of healing Terminal. So, Terminal is not really in that great of a position. It looks like we're probably going to wind up with some problems. But I'm okay doing a safeguard for the heal. I'm going to hope that the armor does a little something for me, and we'll just do whatever chip damage we can on the Ronin. There'll be consequences, but...
You cannot stop us.
Alright, I mean, not great, but...
Approaching position.
God, okay, so these guys are Rangers. Oh, that's filthy.
I am in imminent danger.
You think? Alright, let's stupefy the Ronin.
My mind over yours.
Okay, 2 turns of stun is great for that. So what I'm going to do now is take my revenge on the Purifier.
Cover me while I reload.
Unfortunately, I kind of left Patchwork out in the cold too.
Reloading.
Naughty.
Arrested the target.
I'm on fire. I'm on fire. 3rd degree, at least.
Thanks, Terminal. Okay. Not exactly where I wanted to move her, but that's life, I guess. I probably should have helped her out with the hurt. Fortunately, I have cooperation, so. Achievement unlocked, Caged Sword. I'm gonna have to find out what that is. And clearly, Verge desperately needs the safeguard.
Do its work.
Refreshing.
So he's rooted, right? There's not a whole lot that I'm going to be able to do about this.
Fire draws near.
Oh, looks like I'm able to... Alright, so obviously I'm going to burn again, but we'll do prep.
3rd degree, at least.
She's so helpful. How inconvenient. But I do get a run and gun.
moving and
This is like the most cautious way of approaching a turret like this, but it works. So, again, really rough, but... Oh, and we're surviving the onslaught. Okay, this fire is now a liability. So in this case, I'm going to move her behind cover, and we'll do the prep. I know we're going to heal her anyway, but let's not make it any worse. Okay, all the reinforcements. Okay, one's coming through the window there, so we'll get her behind the couch.
Moving, cover
And
me.
again, whatever I can do to get some heals down.
Gremlin on the way.
So many gremlins.
Again, I really like this interaction between the different characters. So here... I'll pretend that I care about cover. And we'll just set him up for an overwatch. Maybe a reload would have been a smarter move, but...
As we must.
Alright, a few more guys than I really want to be dealing with, but I feel like we should be able to make the most of this. Oh, nice. Okay. I thought they were all coming in all at once. This will be a lot more straightforward to deal with. So let's get rid of the guy in... Actually, before I do that, it's a minor point,
One moment.
but I
Reloading.
might as well get the extra time from the reload.
I'm running low.
Alright, so the question is whether or not it's worth it. Yeah, that's a pretty high chance, so let's do the same thing with Godmother. Reload
Reloading.
and spray the guy across the wall. This also, the thing that's nice about this is this gives Godmother the option of doing her sort of, oh my god, can she really do that much damage kind of attack. Over multiple
Into the action.
multiple targets. Now, Terminal normally would be doing an Overwatch right now, but I do have some people that need some healing. And I think Verge is most likely to be jumping into combat, so...
He'll be fine.
And more importantly, I am making it so by putting him in there.
Low on ammunition.
Interesting. Okay, I'm not going to be as excited about him then. I think I'm going to take the time to reload.
Weapon ready.
Yes, the assault rifle. Okay,
Advancing.
that's worth it. The stuff I would have overwatched wasn't accessible to me anyway, so... But it does make things a little inconvenient for getting patchwork in the area, so... I sort of feel like a prep is probably the right call here. The real question, though, is whether or not I'm going to be able to get enough of my team to do a meaningful amount of damage. We'll give it the old college try. It's all commandos, so... Obviously, we're going to be in a dubious position for the next round. Oh, you know what? There's one way of helping with this. So this obviously takes out Terminal for any interesting moves this turn, but it does allow her to heal up Patchwork. So at this point, oh, that's right, she gets to move still. So yeah, we're going to throw her into the fray. And I can't remember the chaining jolt. Yes, it's an automatic 4 damage, so... So we should be able to splatter the last wave pretty easily. It'd be nice if I could get Verge to add more people to the neural network, but... Now, there is an outside chance. I am pretty sure it's one for each of the entry points. I could be wrong on this, though. I could be pointing him in completely the wrong direction. But I'm going to assume that the bad guys are going to be coming through this wall.
Finding the flank.
He has found the flank.
Cover me while I reload.
Okay.
Reloading.
I wonder how this is going to go. All right. I think Terminal can just blow the guy away. Let's get fancy about it, though, and find someone to heal. I guess Godmother's next in line? Yeah.
Need a little help?
If we don't take this guy out with 3 Chimera Squad agents, we don't deserve the title. Alright, that was messy. Obviously, everybody took some damage, and it wasn't, you know, it wasn't, I don't know if I made questionable decisions so much as I feel like the elegance that went into the last mission really wasn't present on this one. It is admittedly sort of like one of the major missions, but I feel like I probably could have been a little more thoughtful in how I did those turns. But I don't know. It wasn't a disaster. So if as long as we lower our standards enough, it was a good round. So by the way, I really like the fact, if you look at these dorms, like, it's not a perfect match, but it actually matches the environment here pretty well. I like that touch. Hybrid housing liberated. Sacred Coil can no longer force these hybrids to do their bidding. The residents are angry. They want to go public about the treatment they received at the hand of these champions of the hybrid cause. We can expect Sacred Coil's propaganda to dry up. So Terminal and Godmother were lightly wounded. Virgin Patchwork were regular wounded. 8 rounds to complete, 2 encounters, 7 enemies killed, 15 captured, 2 civilians rescued, no civilian casualties, and a partridge in a pear tree. So just a heads up, guys, this is going to be where we're wrapping up. I'm actually a full hour later than I was planning, but this is a nice place to end. I'll take a minute to find who's going online, and we'll see if we can pass it on. So if you guys can hang out for a little bit, I would like that. I will try and find someone worthy of your attention. But of course, we'll wrap up Chimera Squad properly before we go on. So -2 unrest in the Renova Heights district, 55 credits, 30 intel, 35 Illyrium, 20 intel gained from captured enemies. From the archives, Parada, during the occupation you were an Advent propagandist. Nightingale, before the occupation I was an architect. After, I'm a public servant. What's your point? Parada, how can City 31 trust anything you have to say? Nightingale, I will never ask City 31 for their trust. All I ask is the chance to earn it. Final debate before City 31's first mayoral election. 2038, October 18th. The Nightingale, of course, is the mayor. I believe it was the mayor that got killed at the start of the game.
Excellent work. City 31 sees the true face of Sacred Coil, and they don't like it.
Oh, interesting. I don't remember having to pick, or maybe it's been a long time since I... Oh yeah, no. I think we had to do this with the previous one as well. So we can investigate the android interest. 3031 has become the world's only source of androids after retooling Advent mech factory. Sacred Coil has been sniffing around there for the past week. Find out why. Dark Event, Sacred Coil has managed to recruit a sizable number of Andromedons to the cause. Now, this is really good because we have Patchwork in the team. So, you know, I'm sort of... This is a little bit like we were talking about with Overwatch. I get to pick the thing that they're beating me with, and I happen to have a fairly good counter to androids. Although it is worth remembering, like, Patchwork isn't able to do everything. I could get overwhelmed by the android. So let's also see what else. Oh, okay, well, looks like we've got... It turns out Andromedons and android soldiers are the same. You don't understand this part. Do you get it the dark event or the one you choose? I believe you pick the dark event that you need to face. So, more android soldiers. I can handle android soldiers. I'm not quite sure what Andromedons are, so I think maybe we'll go for this one. Determine Andromedon connection. Reclamation is unconfirmed reports of Andromedon spotted in the sewers. Meeting with Sacred Coil. City 31's Andromedon Sanctuary claims no knowledge. Find out for certain before this blows up in our faces. Alright, liberated hybrids who were forced to support Sacred Coil. This put an end to Sacred Coil's propaganda program. And
Hey, Zephyr. What are you up to?
Beat it, knockoff.
Sure thing.
Why do you let her talk to you like that?
You can't force friendship, but you can reach out and let someone know they aren't alone. So I do.
Hey, knockoff. I need a new training dummy. We spar in 5.
I will be there. See? Progress.
Or a concussion. Can't wait to see which one.
Oh my god, that's probably one of my favorite bits of banter. See, the other thing that I really love is, like, we were talking about this earlier, like, just look at the posture. If you take a look at Cherub... Oh, okay, let's look at, maybe Verge then? Like, I just love how proper Cherub is sitting, compared to, you know, if we go, this will be a little further away. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna have to go for, Terminal. But you can kind of see, like, again, I just love how all of the characteristics of each of these people are communicated through their postures. I think it's such a nice little touch. So normally what I would do is I'd kind of talk about what the next steps are going to be. I noticed that I take about 10 minutes at the start of every stream anyway to cover over the details. So in this case here, we definitely know we're going to have 2 people working on the assembly. I'll probably figure out who is up next for training. This might be the time that I put Terminal in for her training, simply because I know I'm going to do it at some point, and while we're working on the early stages of a new investigation, seems to be a decent time to get that done. And then the rest of it, you know, standard operation of trying to keep unrest low and trying to maximize the intel that we get so we can take advantage of the free upgrades and whatnot. But as always, thank you everybody for hanging out for Chimera Squad. This was May 8th. I know it's not May 8th anymore. I'm really enjoying this game. And again, I was given a press key from Viraxis, so I'm very grateful for that. But just because I was given a press key doesn't mean that I'm not having the time of my life with the game here. Oh, Uncle Cranky, you made it a great stream. Thank you very much. And again, thank you everybody for the hosts, for the participation in chat. It's really nice to have such an encouraging group of people hanging out. I'm going to go to the main menu for a second here. I do need to... So one of the things I've noticed is that my frame rates tend to drop when I have my browsers open. I think Chrome in particular is a bit of a resource hog. And it's funny because I don't really feel like my processor is all that bad. But if I can stop some of the drops, you know, it'd be nice. So also, I wanted to make sure that I got this coffee page down properly. Do check out Eyes of Sin stuff, even if you don't want to, to buy her a coffee. Although I do encourage you, if you do have the means and something there speaks to you, I would encourage you to do that, because this is how she makes her living, either through doing emotes for people or through some of the work. Oh, actually, you know what Rawmonger wrote here? I want to give credit. I didn't see this until now, but Rawmonger wrote, "That System Chalk dude does a great sales pitch." Thank you very much. I don't think you're here, Rawmonger, but that was incredibly nice of you. That feels really good that somebody supported us, and as a result of that. So whether you support or whether you just enjoy the art, Eyes of Sin is a very dear friend and somebody whose art really works for me, as is evident by the fact that she did my my emotes. So I hope you guys get as much out of it as I do, regardless of whether or not you support it. Now, I can see a couple people online. Does anybody know any of the people who are streaming Chimera Squad right now? Because if not, I've got some other folks that I can show you. But I suspect a few of you at least are here for Chimera Squad, so I'll leave it open for a moment, and then I can send along a... can send along the good feelings elsewhere if it comes down to it. Cross his fingers for Crazy Conspiracy Man. I don't, you know, I hate to admit it, I actually don't know that streamer's name anymore. Yeah, see, this is the tough one, right? Because there's a lot of people streaming the game right now, and I normally like tossing on to somebody who we check out. I guess the other thing, maybe I should leave it to you guys here. The others sent also mods for Elegy. Elegy is currently playing Persona 5 The Royal. So does anybody have any strong feeling? Elegy is a little bit of a bigger streamer. But it is a chance to support someone who I sort of know. Or would you guys want to see some more Chimera Squad, and we can roll the dice and find someone maybe a little bit closer to the bottom of the list? Does anybody have any feelings on this? Even just say in the chat if you don't have any feelings. Also, there's somebody I was chatting with on Discord about Need for Speed. I don't want to call out lurkers, so I'm not going to say who that is, but I'm very happy to see that you're watching. So thank you. If you're hosting them, they must be good people and not an insane racist. Thanks, Uncle Cranky. Okay, in the absence of anything else in chat, I am inclined towards rating Elegy, so I'm going to write that in chat right now. If you do want to do some more Chimera Squad, feel free to click the link just below the stream title. It'll link you to all the other Chimera Squad streams. As for me, same plan as usual. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Monday will definitely be Stellaris. Tuesday will be a VOD of Morrowind. I'm going to record that over the weekend. And then Wednesday and Friday, it's a little open. Obviously, we've sort of been juggling Old World and Chimera Squad. I do kind of want to fold Age of Wonders Planetfall back into the rotation, but we'll see where it's going. But we'll see. I don't know. We'll see how it all turns out, and if I can get some extra days into the rotation, we will. But I think especially because I was going to show Eyes of Sin something, and I wound up being an hour later. Let's toss the host over to the person that she mods for. So have a fun time in Elegy's channel. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Please do come along. I realize that Persona might be a little bit different from what you were planning, but I would love to toss along a good host for them. So have a good night, guys, and we will see you next time.